Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of Shardlight. Now, first we should probably recap what's happened in this game so far. We know that some sort of nuclear disaster has struck, at least the local area, quite possibly the world. We're still not entirely sure exactly what happened, but we know that bombs were dropped, and now large parts of the world large parts of the local area are uninhabitable. There seems to be quite some difficulty producing enough food to support everybody. Aside from this, there is a contagious and deadly disease called green lung going about. At least we understand it to be a contagious disease. People certainly seem to be treating it as such. Well, that's significant. That it seems to be the existence of this disease, as far as we can tell, which is holding up a group of people known as the aristocracy. Because we appear to have some sort of class system at play here, where the aristocracy have a lot and the others do not. I conjectured during last stream as to why people are putting up with this, and it seems to be, as far as we can tell, due to the existence of green lung and vaccines that can be given. It seems only really the aristocracy have the resources to control the production and distribution of the vaccine, and so they maintain power that way. Overthrowing them presumably would put people at jeopardy. Despite that, our main character, Amy Wellard, who has unfortunately contracted green lung. Actually, I'll tell you what, there's one other detail I should probably touch on quickly. The main way that the less fortunate are able to get a hold of vaccines is through the lottery. They have what are so-called lottery jobs, where people are allowed to... Well, people are contracted to do certain dangerous and undesirable work for the various ministries of government. and for completing said work they are given one lottery ticket, which gives them one chance during that day's lottery draw to be given a vaccine. We also know that the aristocracy are looking after their own and their supporters by giving them ready access to vaccines, nothing to do with the lottery. But anywho, Amy Wellard, the protagonist here, she contracted green lung and decided to take on a lottery job, which ended with her discovering a dying man unexpectedly. Some rocks had fallen on him and he wasn't long for this world. The dying man gave her a letter to deliver it to Danton, who is here, although at the time we had no idea who Danton was. It turns out Danton is the leader of the rebel resistance that wants to overthrow the aristocracy and sees the current state of affairs as being the current inequitable state of affairs as being quite undesirable. And we were told by the aristocrat for whom we were doing the lottery job to infiltrate their group and to work for him. That would be Tiberius, head of the... was it the Ministry of Energy we were working for? I think so. I think it must have been. Anywho. But once we stumbled across the rebel resistance, they knew that we had been working for Tiberius and tried to persuade us to work for them and act as their agent. So we've got both sides trying to persuade us to work for them as an agent against the other side. Be that as it may, our first priority right now is to complete the mission that Danton has given us. Which is to... So, the rebel resistance wants to overthrow the aristocracy. And to do that, they need resources, and they also need to undermine the aristocracy, leave them weakened. They have heard tell that there is some scandalous information concerning green lung that could very much dampen the aristocracy's position held at the Ministry of Medicine. So we have been charged with getting into the Ministry of Medicine and recovering said information. Apparently they do have an agent within the Ministry of Medicine already, but that agent wasn't prepared in their letter to state what this scandalous information was because they were worried the letter might be intercepted. Slightly odd, because you'd think that if the letter was intercepted anyway, they would realise that someone knew their secret. That is, the aristocrats would realise someone knew their secret if that is indeed what's going on here. Anyway, that's our job. We need to get into the Ministry of Medicine, and we've been given a potential way to do it. There's a man called Silas who seems to be a supporter of the aristocrats. I'm not sure we're 100% certain what they do. But they're important enough that having contracted green lung, whichever aristocrat they are closest to has sent them a doctor, and we are supposed to intercept. We are supposed to go to Fripp Square, find Silas, from there intercept the doctor who is going to pay a house call to him, probably disable the doctor somehow and take their clothes and any identification that they might have on their person, and then we need to make our way into the Ministry of Medicine. So that's the plan. Let's get into it. We haven't actually spoken to most of the people here, so it may be worth doing that.
I shouldn't interrupt. She's hard at work. I don't want to break her concentration. Looks like she's writing down coordinates on that map. She's really good. I've never seen someone's hands move so quickly. He's doing a nice job fixing that crossbow. Is that an Allen wrench?
Yep, scavenged it out in the waste. I got lucky.
I'll say you did. I've been looking for one for ages.
Can let you borrow this one once I'm done with it, if you need it.
Ah, okay, that's worth writing down. So along with a to-do list and a list of people, I also now have a list of interactable things that we don't currently have a use for, but which may well be useful later in the game. So, man... do we know the name of this building? I'm not sure if we do. Man in Rebel Base. Will lend Allen wrench. Excellent. Good to know.
There's a bunch of stuff scribbled on it.
Don't waste time with that, Amy. You've got more important things to be doing.
Okie doke.
Remember to wipe your feet when entering. There are no maids in this resistance. I should probably leave it where it is. Need any help with that?
Nah, I'm alright.
He seems to be hard at work on something. Looks like a radio.
Interesting.
He's sound asleep. Nice to know things are relaxed enough around here that he can do that.
And there's Bruce. And there's the woman that apparently had her tongue cut out by the aristocracy. Right. So there's two places we could go next. We could either go to Fripp Square and try and find Silas. Interesting.
Good day to you, merchant.
Go away, you dog. I have nothing to say to you.
Now, there's no need to be.
I just try to make my living here. I have family to take care of, and no help from the aristocracy.
Well, if you would just let me...
My brother Pavel went out scavenging days ago and has not returned. We're all worried he's dead. What does the aristocracy do? Nothing. Sit in their towers and watch us starve. You are young. You do not remember life before the bombs. It was different. Guards were our friends, not monsters.
I appreciate your position, but...
Look, I think it's best if you just go. She's clearly upset.
Fine. I was here to extend an offer of food vouchers from the Ministry of Resources. But if she feels that way, it's her loss. Good day to you, citizen. I apologize for upsetting you.
Oh, thank you, Amy. I always get so angry when I see those guards.
Blimey.
Hello, Mariska.
Amy, hello.
Oh, be careful with the guards is all we can say.
You really shouldn't make trouble with the guards.
I'm not making trouble. It's them who are causing all the problems.
You know as well as I do, you haven't got a brother named Pavel.
Well, they need to understand that life's not easy for us. It's not like they do anything about it anyway.
Just try not to get so riled up, Mariska. He was trying to help you out.
The day I take help from those dogs is the day I die.
I have to go now.
Okay, you come back and see me again soon, all right?
So I'd already written down on my list of people Pavel, Mariska's brother. I've now had to amend that to say fictional. So Fripp Square, Ministry of Medicine. Yes, we could go to Fripp Square and immediately try to locate Silas. Or we could go to the Ministry of Medicine and try to find out when the house call's going to take place. Both are valid options. Although normally I would go for a more careful approach and get as much information as I possibly could ahead of time. The trouble is, I'm not sure how much luck we're going to have with the Ministry of Medicine if we don't yet have a disguise. I know there's supposed to be the agent within the ministry, and we can identify them by using the code phrase, "I have the perfect life." But... And if we're seen around the Ministry of Medicine before we have a disguise, that may make it easier for us to get picked out later as not belonging there. Then again, we've no evidence that they have functioning CCTV at this point, do we? So it would only be people that have actually seen us that we'd have to worry about. I'd have to speak to a lot of people to find the agent, most probably. No, we'll go to the Ministry of Medicine first. I should probably at least try to establish whether a house call is actually going to be given to Silas first. Because it could be that the information that the rebels were given is either incorrect or out of date. So I should probably try to independently verify that first. Oh look, there's that Gothic M. That does appear to be the symbol of the Ministry of Medicine, as we previously...
Even if it wasn't locked, I don't think I could just go waltzing in there without permission.
Well, unless that guard's their agent, then I'm not going to have much luck. Well, let's see how we get on.
Excuse me.
What is it, citizen?
I've got the perfect life.
I just have to say, I've got the perfect life.
Good for you, miss. Now please, move along.
Right, not them.
Keep up the good work.
Have a nice day, miss.
Unfortunately, that has left them with an impression of who we are, which could work against us in the future. I don't think it's a good idea to be just asking about Silas. Was it Silas Harrison? Oh, do I have them on my list of people? Yes. Silas Harrison. Government supporter with green lung.
Excuse me.
What is it, citizen?
Is there anything you can tell me about Silas Harrison?
You know someone named Silas Harrison?
Silas Harrison? The name sounds familiar. But then, I see plenty of names on a daily basis. I have to write the name of all scheduled appointments here in my ledger.
Ooh. I doubt he's gonna let us look at the ledger. Could I take a look at your ledger?
Don't suppose I could have a peek at your ledger.
Afraid not, miss. This is for government eyes only. And, not to be rude, but you don't look like a government employee to me.
What is... no, I won't ask that.
Work.
Have a nice day, miss.
Oh, I need a distraction then. Goodness knows how I would do that.
That's a nice statue, although the base looks a bit unstable.
Oh, this might be absolute madness.
Let's hope this works.
Let's hope. Didn't hear that then.
What was that? What a mess. I told them this would happen eventually.
You didn't see the crossbow bolt then?
Let's just have a look at this ledger. Here we go. Silas Harrison is being visited by a doctor this evening for green lung treatment. This information could be very important to certain people. Might be a good idea to take it with me.
Right, let's get out of here. Well, I'd say that was a great success.
Ah, Fripp Square. I do so love the dirty looks I get from people when I walk through here.
Ah, is this a particularly upmarket area? I suppose it must be.
According to this page, Silas Harrison is getting a green lung treatment this evening at sunset.
Good to know.
This guy is the local news delivery system for the residents of Fripp Square. Hello there.
May I help you with something?
Do you know Silas Harrison?
Have you heard the name Silas Harrison?
I have, yes. He's fairly well known around these parts.
Can you tell me anything about him? Like where he lives?
Lady, I'm a town crier, not a town directory. If you want to put your nose where it don't belong, you're better off talking to Flora and Genevieve on the other side of the square.
Will do. Where's my list of people? Which is almost full. So it was Flora and Genevieve, wasn't it? Flora, Genevieve, which I've probably spelt wrong, Fripp Square, Fripp Square. So what is it you do exactly?
So you're a town crier? What do you actually do?
I deliver the news to the people of Fripp Square. They ask about specific headlines, I tell them. Some sort of breaking news arrives from the government, I read it. It's rather simple, really.
Just a second. I'd like to hear some news.
Can I hear some news?
Very well. Right now, the top headlines are Ministry of Energy restarts generators. Terrorists rumored in the Market District. Mysterious object spotted over quarantine zone. And the weather report. So, what'll it be?
Ministry of Energy restarts generators.
How about Ministry of Energy restarts generators?
Fine.
Attention citizens, the following is an important news bulletin. The Ministry of Energy released a report saying that they have succeeded in restarting 60% of the city's reactors. As a result, more power will be available, starting with the area around Fripp Square. This concludes the news bulletin. Please resume your normal activities.
I was actually thinking you just tell me all of
Hello
them.
there.
May I help you with something?
I'd like to hear some news.
Can I hear some news?
Very well. Right now, the top headlines are Ministry of Terrorist and so.
I'm not sure I want him to... Let's face it, if that's one of the news bulletins, he's going to have been announcing this all day. So it's not like there's much additional danger having him publicly declare it now.
I want to hear terrorists rumored in the Market District.
If you wish.
Attention citizens, the following is an important news bulletin. Rumors have surfaced of a group of terrorists headquartered somewhere in the Market District. These dissidents are to be considered armed and extremely dangerous to public safety. Anyone with information leading to their arrest is encouraged to report to the nearest aristocrat guard. This concludes the news bulletin. Please resume your normal activities.
So Fripp Square Crier may update their news items. Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to take your microphone, I was trying to
Hello
speak to
there.
you.
May I help you with something?
I'd like to hear some news.
Can I hear some news?
Very well. Right now, the top headlines are Ministry of Energy restarts generators. Terror, and so.
Mysterious object spotted over quarantine zone. Do we know what the quarantine zone even is?
I'd like to hear mysterious objects spotted over quarantine zone.
Right you are.
Attention citizens, the following is an important news bulletin. This past week, several citizens reported sighting a strange object in the sky over the quarantine zone. Rumors have persisted that it was the Reaper. However, the Ministry of Knowledge insists that this is not the case. The aristocracy reminds citizens not to be swayed by baseless rumors and superstitions. This concludes the news bulletin. Please resume your normal activities.
Isn't it odd that the ruling classes referred to themselves as the aristocracy as though they're one cooperative group? Because, I mean, historically that's not the case. Historically, although people may have identified as aristocrats, it was very much look out for yours and your own. I mean, that's not to say that they wouldn't necessarily put laws in place that would help consolidate their power at the expense of non-aristocrats, but I don't think you'd have got news announcements that were published as being from the aristocracy, as if the aristocracy had one voice. Very strange.
Hello there.
May I help you with something?
Can I hear some?
Very well. Right, Terror, Mysterious, and the weather. So, what?
Weather report.
What's the weather report?
You'll soon find out.
Attention citizens, the following is an important news bulletin. Weather conditions are as follows. Partly cloudy with a 0% chance of rain. Today's high will be 24 degrees Celsius and the low will be 20. This concludes the news bulletin. Please resume your normal activities.
Sounds like quite a nice summer's day.
This poster is encouraging people to get vaccinated for green lung. If only it were that easy for everyone.
Good point. Or, if not a summer's day, then a very late spring day, perhaps.
I probably shouldn't mess around with that. That's a pretty dramatic statue. I guess that must be the eponymous Mr. Fripp.
Huh. So it's named after someone.
That raven makes the statue look a lot classier. This guy's picked a very strategic location.
In what way? Interesting.
You know, I have to admit, this one is kind of cute. He looks fairly lost in thought. Excuse me, sir?
Hello, miss. Oh, what can I do for you?
My name is Amy. Who are you?
I'm Amy Wellard. It's nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too, Amy. My name is Maximilian Huber, but please call me Max.
Do you live around here?
Yes, just around the corner, but ever since my wife passed, I like to get out of the house and spend time with my friends.
Your friends?
Yes, the Ravens.
Is he following the Reaper cult? Was it Maximilian Hubert, he said? Spelt Hubbard. Interesting. That looks a bit like a Gothic M. It's not M, N, sorry. Interesting. So you spend all day with the Ravens?
So, how much time do you spend with your friends?
Not all day, but most of it. They are beautiful creatures, aren't they? How those Reaper cultists have turned them into a symbol of fear is beyond me, but to each his own, I suppose. I only wish I had something to feed them with. The poor things look terribly hungry.
What do they eat?
Anything, really. Meat, vegetables, insects. They're not picky eaters by any means.
Interesting. I'm going to add that to our to-do list. Find something to feed ravens with. for Max. Do you know Silas Harrison?
I'm looking for Silas Harrison. Do you know him?
Know him? Not personally, but I know who he is, certainly.
You wouldn't happen to know where he lives, would you?
I'm afraid not. I never had any cause to pay him any social calls at his home. My apologies.
Have a nice day,
Have a
sir.
nice day, sir.
You too, my dear.
These must be Flora and Genevieve.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Oh. Where did you come from? She looks like she just came from the quarantine zone. Don't be silly. You know nobody ever leaves that awful place. In any case, I'm sure you've got a lottery job you should be doing. Why don't you run along and leave us to our conversation? Which reminds me, I need some new servants. I was entertaining guests the other day, and they kept interrupting. Good help just keeps getting harder to come by.
She seems to be having some private conversation with her friend, but I can't quite make out what they're saying from here.
Interesting. I was hoping I could hear where Silas lives.
Banner. He's in charge of the Ministry of Knowledge.
Nero's in charge of the Ministry of Knowledge, is he? Add that to the list of people. Right, noted. Nero's in charge of the Ministry of Knowledge. How are we gonna do this then?
Wow, a 2003 Fairway debutante. I'm surprised it's still intact. Most of these were gutted for parts and metal in the years after Blast Day.
I suppose there's a few ways I could go about this. If I had a way to increase the range at which I could hear from, that would work.
I'm not picking up those ladies' garbage. It's a small waste bin. It appears to be almost full to the brim.
If I could find a way to get close to them without them noticing, that would work. I'm not going to use the pistol to solve this problem.
A little too modern for my needs. Plus, I don't think the people around here would take too kindly to scavengers. I'd sooner cut off my own tongue before speaking to those snobs again.
I'm gonna go back to the market district and see if the shop's restocked.
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
Bye, Gordon.
Goodbye, Amy. Come back anytime.
It would seem not. This presents an interesting challenge.
A reminder to all citizens, the next drawing in the vaccine lottery will be held tomorrow at sundown.
If I had a second bucket and a piece of string, I could tie them together like two cans on an end of string and maybe extend the range at which I could hear, but that would be a bit obvious. I've only got till sunset to figure this out as well. Although fortunately, I don't think time actually passes in game.
The Ministry of Knowledge. It's where they keep all the documents and educational materials from before the bombs. Extremely limited access, of course.
Oh, of course, because you wouldn't want people to have access to knowledge.
There's no way I can just walk in there. I'd have to fill out heaps of paperwork and probably wait years for an appointment. This is the intersection of Jordan Street and Booth Avenue. I probably shouldn't mess around with that. I don't think she'd be interested in that. According to this page, Silas Harrison is getting a green lung treatment this evening at sunset.
Oh, I could just try and trade this information for where he lives.
I don't think she'd be interested in that.
Okay. That would have been a bit mean and harsh. But just thinking about this from a puzzle game point of view, I'm just trying to think what might work. Wait, look at the time there. I don't see a hand. I don't see a minute hand, so that must be like 5 to 11 or something? So that would mean we're in the morning. But the lamps are on, and judging by the sky and the state of the colour of the sky right now, otherwise I would assume we're at either sunrise or sunset. Interesting. I take it I can't just wait here for long enough for them to start talking again. What else could I try? Let me check the list of interactable things that we don't know what to do with yet. Gordon's shop restocks, well, we checked that. Gus sells meat. I could get meat for the ravens. Not sure how that would help in this situation though. Denby forges handwriting, not very useful. The well has water, not very useful. Nelson has books to borrow. I don't see the relevance here. Reaper acolytes at Cathedral of St. Stephen, be prepared to die. Again, not very relevant. Gas valve at Centrex factory for furnace. Not very helpful. Wood pile at Centrex factory. That's true, we used up all our wood. Blue burglar growing in phone booth near home. Not very helpful. Unless they want a flower. Man in rebel base will lend Allen wrench. Not very helpful. Fripp Square Crier may update news. I should probably do may update with new news or something like that. Oh, I could try and grab some meat. Not sure if that's actually going to help though.
Just couldn't stay away, could you?
No, I haven't quite reached today's quota of looking at dead meat.
Do you have any meat for ravens?
Have you got any meat I could feed ravens with?
Ravens? Why would you want to feed those little pests?
I feel bad for them. Everyone deserves to eat.
Well, they're plenty fat from eating the dead sheep at the farm. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to help feed those little monsters.
See you later, Gus.
You bet.
The farm, that's not a bad idea. Because those sheep have already passed on, and the meat's probably no good for humans at this point. Oh, can we not go back to the farm? That's a pity. Maybe they'll help me here, since they worship ravens.
Hi there.
Welcome. What may I help you with?
Or something adjacent to that. I'd like to go in.
Can I go in?
That depends. Are you ready to die?
Yes.
Sure, why not?
If you're not willing to take this seriously, then I can't help you.
We could check that train.
It's locked. This door looks as though it's been in use recently. It's locked. Looks like this train has been here a long time. I wonder when the last time it actually ran was.
I should add that to the list of interactable things, shouldn't I, so I don't forget in future. Train. Locked. Heard singing. Not this time, but the first time we came here last stream, they were singing, as far as we could tell, coming from the train, which was odd. Oh, vegetables. I could get some vegetables for the ravens.
Hello, Mariska.
Amy, hello.
Do you have any vegetables to feed ravens?
Do you have any vegetables a raven might like to eat?
Ravens? Yes, I see them around my garden all the time. They love my alfalfa sprouts.
Have you got any for sale?
Sure, but take this bag. On the house.
Are you sure?
Yes, I owe you after helping me with the guard. It's the least I can do.
Thanks.
Oh, that was jolly nice of
I
her.
have to go now.
Okay, you come back and see me again soon, all right?
Objectively, I'm not sure that this is the best use of those vegetables, but... well, adventure game logic. Let's hope this gets us closer to our goal.
Excuse me, sir?
Hello, miss. Oh, what can I do for you?
Oh, okay, I guess I just have to... oh, I'd probably hand him the bag. Who are those two ladies over there?
Do you know the two women over there? They're kind of rude.
Them? Oh, don't pay them any mind. They're just a couple of harpies who have nothing better to do with their time than gossip about everything. You should hear them any time the newsman reads out a headline. It's non-stop chatter. But please, let's discuss something more worthwhile.
Oh, that's how I do it. Where's my to-do list? I'm going to cross off. Find something to feed the ravens. Actually, maybe I should wait till I've actually done it.
Have a nice day, sir.
You too, my dear.
Excuse me, sir? I got this bag of alfalfa sprouts. You know, so you can feed the birds.
Thank you. This will certainly make the birds pleased.
Well, progress of a sort. Best save.
Hello there.
May I help?
Can I hear some news?
Very well. Right now, the top Ministry of Terror, and the Weather Room. So,
I just had an idea. I could give him the news that Silas is going to need treatment for green lung later today.
How about...
fine.
Attention, the Ministry as a result this
Okay, so I can't walk at the same time as he's making announcements.
I'm not...
Unfortunately, I don't think I can not frighten them. Oh, maybe I can. Oh, this is so mean.
think you should have a look at this.
Interesting.
Attention citizens! The following is an important news bulletin. Silas Harrison, noted government philanthropist, has contracted green lung. He is due to begin medical treatment this evening. Anyone who has had contact with Harrison is advised to monitor their symptoms and to notify the Ministry of Medicine if they begin feeling ill. This concludes the news bulletin. Please resume your normal activities.
Where's my list of people? Government philanthropist. What does that mean? I know what being a philanthropist means, but what does it mean to be a government philanthropist? Does that just mean a philanthropist which is closely associated with the government, or something more? Oh dear.
I'm not picking up those ladies. I'd sooner.
Didn't work.
Excuse me, sir?
Hello, miss. What can I do for you?
One raven isn't eating.
That little raven up there isn't getting any food.
You're right. I'll toss some extra food closer to it so it can eat.
Those flying rats just knocked the waste bin over. Oh, the smell!
Disgusting. I hope a street cleaner comes to clean it up.
Seriously. Well, it's about time someone came.
Now, what was that you were saying, Genevieve?
Can you believe Harrison kept his disease to himself?
I know. I was just at his manor last week. Now I'll need to go to the ministry and get checked.
Everyone on Threadson Street will. He should know better than to throw parties if he's got green lung.
I'll bet his gardener gave it to him. His love of topiaries will be the death of him.
Interesting. A mansion on Threadson Street with topiaries. I just hope Harrison's tastes are unique.
Yeah, I should write that down, shouldn't I? Manor. Topiary. Excellent. Took a while, but I'd say that was a success. Definitely very video game logic, though. The fact that that wouldn't have been completable if I hadn't done the whole Raven puzzle that was off to the side as well. All just to knock a bin over.
I'm Dr. Collins from the Ministry, here to see Mr. Harrison.
Of course. He's in his room. Just walk down the hall. It's the fourth door to the left.
Dr. Collins, eh?
Damn. Looks like I got here too late. But maybe there's still a way I can get close to the doctor without being seen.
Dr. Collins. House call or house calling on Silas Harrison. Noted. How would I get close without being noted, though? I could go around the mansion. Vines.
I can't reach it. Those vines are way too flimsy to support my weight. Anyway, I don't need to go upstairs. This window looks into the kitchen. This window looks into the kitchen. This window looks into a bedroom. This window looks into a bedroom. Time to do a little peeping.
Good evening, Mr. Harrison. What seems to be the trouble?
You know damn well what the trouble is. I've got that blasted plague.
What symptoms have you been having?
Last week, the coughing started. Since then, it's only gotten worse. And yesterday, I hacked up some blood. I've had a fever all of today and haven't felt like eating anything since yesterday. Not to mention, I haven't been able to sleep a wink.
I see. Have you been in contact recently with anyone showing symptoms of the disease?
Well, 2 weeks ago I was relaxing outside in my yard when some vagrant came by to ask if I could spare any food. Well, naturally I told him I couldn't, but he became belligerent when he heard that and spat in my face. To think, a man of my stature with green lung. I can't imagine the scandal.
Green lung doesn't discriminate, Mr. Harrison. It can affect anyone.
So can you do anything for me, Doctor?
Not to worry. You're in good hands. Your support of the Ministry of Knowledge means you'll receive only the finest care the government can offer. I'm going to give you a dose of vaccine. That should fix you up by morning, but you'll need to get another dose in about a month's time.
Why can't you eggheads at the Ministry of Medicine get off your collective asses and develop a cure already?
We're trying. Believe me, this isn't an easy disease to cure, but the treatment works almost instantly. You'll see.
So I'm stuck getting this injection once a month for the rest of my life?
I'm afraid so, although I'm sure you'll agree that it beats the alternative.
Yes, well, that is true. I could be dying in the streets like those filthy mongrels in the quarantine zone.
Yes, with the monthly injection, you won't have to worry about entering the terminal phase.
Let's not think about that. A dreadful business, really. Let's focus on my treatment.
Of course. Just hold still a moment.
This is very interesting.
You should feel like a new man in just a few hours.
I'm just not sure how it gets us into the Ministry of Medicine.
I'm going to leave an appointment card here for you. Just bring it to the Ministry of Medicine when you're due for your next vaccine dose.
I sent my servant to get it for me and bring it back here.
The green lung vaccine is a valuable commodity, Mr. Harrison. We don't release it to just anyone.
So can't you just come back and shoot me up when it's time? I don't want to have to go all that way.
We'll see. I know you've curried favor with the aristocracy, but I'll leave the card here just in case. Oh, and I'll leave a little something with your butler to help you sleep. But give the vaccine a few minutes to circulate before you take it.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it.
Think nothing of it. Feel better, Mr. Harrison.
That card is my ticket into the Ministry. But how am I supposed to get it?
Damn, where is that confounded servant of mine?
Not leaving it a few minutes, I see.
Someone clearly cleans this glass daily. It's spotless. The window's not locked, but I can't open it while Harrison is awake.
Right. Alright. So I actually have a fairly easy way in there. I just need to wait till he's asleep.
Huh, it's unlocked. An odd place to store a sack of flour. I guess they must have used it recently. I'm no baker. That can stay right where it is.
Okay, good. Because I don't want to get caught stealing if I can help it.
Someone made tea recently. It smells slightly fruity. I was never much of a tea drinker. I can't believe all this food is going to waste on just one person.
Wait, tea? They have tea? Okay, well, that either places them into a very different part of the world than I had up till now been assuming, or it heavily implies that they have international trade. International trade is still healthy, which is quite incredible. I suppose there is a third possibility. In theory, they would presumably have enough. They would have had enough tea seeds in whatever part of the world this is when the bombs hit that they could have set up their own domestic production using greenhouses. But seems more likely to me that they've got international trade still running.
Odd. I would have thought someone as well-to-do as Harrison would have an electric stove. No time for cooking, then. Looks like tonight's dinner is some kind of soup. Smells good.
We could... if we could get a hold of the sleeping medicine, we could put it in the soup.
I wonder if Clem or Gordon would be interested in something like that.
Right, we can't leave this room. That's probably a good thing.
I wonder if he gets his from the salt flats, too. I don't think I'll be needing any more. I'm sure no one will notice one missing ladle.
Huh.
I don't
So we
need
could
a
get
spoon.
caught for stealing.
A wooden spoon. Standard kitchen equipment, I guess.
Well, let's hope we don't, because depending upon... Well, traditionally, and this seems like a very traditional society, the penalties for theft, especially theft from the well-to-do, have been really very severe.
This is most likely where Harrison keeps all his fancy silverware. I haven't got time to go rifling through kitchen.
Alright, we have a plan. We'll just have to see if this can be carried out. I assume if we go back round, he'll give the doctor will give the gardener something to put Mr. Harrison to sleep. And I assume, in one way or another, we'll be able to take possession of the said medicine and mix it into his soup.
I've given him a dose of vaccine. He should be back to normal by tomorrow.
Oh, joy. I'm so relieved.
If it's any help, I have some sleeping pills for him. He should be ready to take them shortly.
Good. At least that'll give me some more peace for a while. Soon enough, he'll start ringing that damn bell for everything again.
Well, I wish you luck. I need to head back to the ministry now.
Thank you, Doctor. Have a nice evening.
You too.
He's got quite the artist's touch. These topiaries are pretty impressive.
Yeah, but how are we going to get the sleeping pills? I don't have the slightest clue. Unless he drops them in one of the rooms.
Those vines are way too flimsy to support my weight. They're creeping up the side of the mansion. So cliche.
Are they only there because they're cliche? Or do they actually serve some sort of purpose? Also the open window.
Either someone was careless, or they just enjoy a cool breeze.
Look at all these cracks as well. The back side of the house does not look anywhere near as presentable as the front.
Hard to tell from this distance, but it looks like that's the kitchen in there. Decadent. This Harrison guy is clearly doing well for himself.
Oh, what are we gonna do? I could stir the soup with the ladle, but I don't see what good that would do. Huh, that's where the bell leads. Interesting.
Tomato.
Interesting.
The bell is just out of reach. Well, that didn't do much.
No. I could shoot the bell down.
I haven't got any ammo.
Oh, you don't? I didn't realise
My
that.
trusty crossbow. It's out of ammo, right?
How did you run out of ammo? I swear the guard, when they gave you the crossbow back, said that they'd given you 24 bolts or something like that. And I'm pretty sure you've only used the crossbow like 2 or 3 times since then?
Those towels are surprisingly clean. Guess they don't see much use. Nice and soft. I'm not the maid. They look stale. I'd rather not. Well, if nobody else is gonna eat it. A little dry, but at least it's better than nothing.
I'm not sure. That looks like a complete turkey, though. I think they would notice if what had been a complete turkey had bits missing all of a sudden. When I say a complete turkey, I mean a complete roast turkey. Obviously, it's had bits removed for roasting. Oh, the best idea I have is to tell the gardener that you've been hearing a bell ringing. But this might be a terrible idea. I didn't want anyone on site to actually lay eyes on us. Because when things... You know, when things are noticed to be amiss, we don't want them to be able to connect it to a face.
Nice, even if I have no idea what it's supposed to be. Interesting. Looks like the house goes back a ways in that direction. I don't think drawing attention to myself is a good idea.
Good, we're on the same page then. Oh, how am I going to do this? I can't load the crossbow with the ladle, can I?
I don't think I can load that into the crossbow.
No, that would
This
seem a bit ridiculous.
This could come in handy if I decide to start up a soup kitchen.
I take it he's not asleep. Because he could have fallen asleep naturally.
The window's not locked, but I can't open it while Harrison is awake.
I'm surprised you managed to determine the window's not locked then. I suppose you can see whatever the locking mechanism is from that side.
That's nice.
Should I leave this open, then go out the other side, and then the gardener notices it and comes in?
I can't do much with the windows from here.
Ah, but he'll be able to hear the bell now, so I ring the bell, presumably. And hopefully he puts the medicine down on the countertop.
And so it begins.
I've already got a weapon.
You've got a weapon that has no ammo, though. But a knife isn't a weapon, necessarily. I mean, a dagger is, a knife isn't.
You rang for me, sir?
About 10 minutes ago. What on earth took you so long?
I was...
Never mind the excuses. Just give me one of those sleeping pills the doctor gave you.
Yes, sir. Will you be wanting it with your usual lemon and elderberry tea?
That's fine.
Then if you'll excuse me, I'll return shortly.
Interesting.
Finally. I thought he'd never get to sleep. Quietly now.
Oh, so this has turned out to be a lot simpler than I expected. Yep, that's a very, very good point.
Oh no. No, please. Of all the times.
Eh? What? Who's there? Shit! Ophelia? Is that you? They told me you were dead. Oh, my dear Ophelia, come back to take care of me when I'm sick. I knew you would. Ophelia? Are you there, my love?
Ophelia. That was a close call.
That was a little too close.
I wonder if the sleeping pills left him a little susceptible to delusion, shall we say. Ophelia. Someone Silas cares for. Right, I think we can safely leave now. Yeah, let's just leave the site. There's someone upstairs. And a raven. And I can't go back there now to see what I missed. I just noticed in the upstairs window there was a person there. Right, let's have a look at this card and see if it's actually got a person's name on it.
This card says that Silas Harrison is entitled to an evaluation with a Dr. Elliot Collins.
Right. We'll have to have... Oh, what was the young man's name? Amy has a friend that does forgery. Denby. Have to have Denby doctor that then. I didn't want to take a look at the card while we were still on the grounds, because if we were caught then that would have been very bad. Right, I'm going to assume this Dr. Elliot Collins is the same Dr. Collins that just did the house call. Right, Denby is at the Centrex factory, isn't he? I mean, I'm not necessarily expecting him to put our name on the card. In fact, that might be a bad idea since they could trace it back to us. But we need it to say someone other than Silas Harrison, lest they look at us, a 25-year-old woman, and realise we're not the very well-known rich man Silas Harrison.
Denby, you mentioned before you were good at copying handwriting.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think you could copy this doctor's writing?
Shouldn't be a problem. What do you need me to do?
Change the name on this card to mine.
Oh, yeah, easy. Just give me 2 minutes.
Not to yours.
There you go.
Hey, nice job.
To an
Thanks.
alias.
This card says that I'm entitled to an evaluation with a Dr. Elliot Collins.
Oh, Amy. Think about this.
He's already modified the card for me.
Okay, this appears to be the only way forwards. It was bad enough when we were asking about Silas around Fripp Square, and of course, people would have been able to...
Trouble, Denby.
I just forged a government document for you, Amy. I think that's kind of impossible now.
What was I saying? I think it was bad enough when we were asking about Silas around Fripp Square, because then there would be people... If people realised something funny had happened up at the manor and investigated, they could potentially trace it back to us. But why on earth would you put your actual name on that document? Goodness me.
Excuse me.
What is it, citizen?
I'm here to see Dr. Collins.
Is that so? I assume you have an appointment?
Yes, I've got my card right here.
So you do. All right, I'll open the door for you. You'll be checked in and directed to his office. Enjoy your day, and I hope you feel better.
Thanks.
Do we take a vaccine if he offers
Here
it?
goes nothing.
Or do we just not speak to him? Not speak to him would be the safer option.
Hello, miss. May I help you?
I've got an appointment with Dr. Collins.
I see.
Is there a problem?
Well, how can I put this kindly? You don't exactly look like our normal type of visitor.
What does that mean?
It's just the way you're dressed. It's not typical of the people we normally see here. How exactly did you get your appointment, if I may ask?
Oh,
Tell the truth, lie, give the password. I think I've got to try giving the password.
I guess it's because I've got the perfect life.
What? Is Danton stupid? Didn't she at
Oh,
least
thank
tell you
goodness.
to get a disguise?
Well, she did actually, but I found a better way.
You do realize how much you stand out, right? If you try and see the doctor looking like that, they'll call security and have you escorted out. Then they'll start asking me questions about why I let you in, and things will only escalate from there.
So, any ideas on how I can get a disguise?
I'll have to think about it. Just don't go any further into the ministry until we figure something out.
Okie dokie. Oh, thank goodness that was the agent. Otherwise, we would have had a big problem. What do we have here?
Is that what the wig heads look like without their masks? If so, I can see why they never take them off. It's kind of hypnotic. This looks like some kind of directory. It might be useful in getting around this place.
Not going in, just having a look.
Welcome to the Ministry of Medicine. Please select a destination or request directions.
Request directions.
I'd like some directions, please.
Please state the name of the room you would like directions to.
Dr. Collins' office.
Dr. Collins' office.
One moment, please. Follow the west wing hallway 3 doors down, then make 2 rights, followed by a sharp left. It is the 4th door on the left. Do you require further directions?
Yes, can I hear that again? No. Was it follow the west door 3 doors, follow the west hallway 3 doors down, then take a sharp left, then turn right twice, or something like that? Well, make sure I write down central storage's directions.
Central storage.
One moment, please. Error. Password required. I'm sorry. You do not have proper clearance to access that information. Do you require further directions?
Nope.
Nothing else. Thanks.
Thank you for using this directory. Have a pleasant day.
I hope there hasn't been a record of a unauthorized access there. Recorded there.
What are those supposed to be? Hey.
What can I help you with?
Do you know where I can find the central storage room?
Is the central storage room accessible from here?
Sorry, I don't know. They keep the location secret, and I'm not at a high enough
my
rank to have
goodness.
that information.
That's going to make this a lot harder. So they keep it secret even from a receptionist. I mean, I can sort of see that there wouldn't be a reason for a receptionist to know where central storage is necessarily, but this is one building. Like, actually having a room which is secret in a building where professionals come in and out of all day, you would have thought would be quite challenging. Any idea where I can find some nicer clothes?
So have you thought of a place to get a disguise yet?
Honestly, The only place I can think of would be the staff locker room. It's just down the hall. Hopefully you won't run into anybody on the way there. Just look it up on the directory so you know where to go. And be extremely careful. If my cover gets blown because of you...
I'll be discreet, I promise. Thanks for your help.
It's what I'm here for.
Indeed.
Welcome to the Ministry of Medicine. Please select a destination or request directions.
Oh, I can select ones that I've selected before. Right, I'm going to write this down then. Let me find a suitable page. This'll do. Dr. Collins' office.
No, he was right. I can't go there in this outfit.
I wasn't planning on doing so. Alright, we'll have to ask later.
I'd like some directions, please.
Please say the name of the room you would like directions to.
Staff locker room.
The staff locker room?
One moment, please. Walk down the hall 2 meters, then make a left. Do you require further directions?
So go down the hall 2 meters, then make a left.
Nothing else. Thanks.
Thank you for using this directory. Have a pleasant day.
What a polite machine.
I think I'd get hopelessly lost if I just wandered around the ministry. There has to be some means of finding my way.
There is, and we've already established it.
Hopelessly lost.
I don't understand. We have our directions.
Welcome to...
Oh, I see. I use it as a fast travel system. Okay, that threw me off a bit. Alright, in which case I probably don't need to write down the way to Dr. Collins' office. Because the game will assume the character knows.
I shouldn't take it down. Attention employees. Please remember to lock your valuables in the provided lockers. The ministry is not responsible for lost or stolen property.
Are you not?
Looks like this cleaning cart is mainly used for storing bottles. These lockers don't have any identifying marks on them. How are people supposed to remember which one is theirs? I think that goes into the showers. I could use a shower, but I should probably find a change of clothes first.
Okay.
Either security in here is lacking, or this one's just not being used. This one is empty, but I can see the lock mechanism and it's surprisingly simple.
Right.
It shouldn't be too tough to jimmy one of these open. I just need something thin to get in the doorframe.
Oh, we lost the label. I could use the card.
This should do the trick. Nothing worth taking in here. Empty, apart from some old chewing gum wrappers. Aha! This set of clothes looks promising. All it's missing are some shoes.
Are those shoes? They are.
There are clothes in here, but they're way too big for me. There are clothes. That was...
Oh, I can't close the doors afterwards.
Nothing in
That's a
here
bit
but
silly.
a soggy old towel. Definitely not interested in that. Empty. Too bad. Nothing. Boring.
Don't see any evidence of any CCTV.
I'm not sure. The ticket is for this week's vaccine lottery. These are a pair of men's shoes. They're...
Ah.
Nothing else I need in there.
Wait, did I pick up the clothes? Ah, fancy outfit. Okay. Where am I getting another pair of shoes then?
Nice bag. I'm guessing it belongs to whomever owns the coat. Looks like one of the doctors left their coat hanging here. The ministry seems like a pretty tight ship. I don't think I'll be able to disguise myself in this doctor's coat without raising any suspicions.
Okay.
But let's just see if there's anything in the pocket. Nope, nothing. Oh well, it was worth a try.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Disguise yourself as a doctor to get further in, but that's a fair point.
got in here? Nothing much except a pair of shoes. They look like they might fit.
Well, hey!
Right. I'd better make this quick. Oh, that was nice. I can't remember the last time I took a hot shower.
Ah, and we've just abandoned our old clothes, have we? I'm not sure that was the best plan, but still. Here we go. I wonder if that means that we won't be going back to see our old friends in this game again. If something goes wrong while we're here and we don't make it back.
Welcome to the Ministry of Medicine. Please select a destination or request directions.
I just sincerely hope Dr. Collins doesn't realise we're wearing the clothes, the civvy clothes of, I suppose they're all civilians, the off-duty clothes of one of his colleagues. Right, we don't want to... Oh, some of his colleagues might come through here.
Looks like a pile of brochures about the Ministry of Medicine. This seems like it might be interesting reading material.
Yep, can't help to have it. For over 25 years, the Ministry of Medicine has been providing nothing but the best in healthcare for citizens. With the support given by the population and their generous donations of time and resources, the Ministry has been able to make progress in great amounts. With continued support, it may be possible to reach pre-bomb conditions within the next 5 to 10 years. We at the Ministry encourage you to consider donating whatever you can spare in order to further our research. In exchange, you'll be provided with exclusive treatment options and resources, unlike anything available to the lesser classes. Contact the Ministry today to make your donations. The MOM and you building a better tomorrow.
This looks like something someone would have in their home, not at a doctor's office.
Oh, of course, MOM, Mom. So, maybe this is supposed to be America?
This looks like something someone would have in their home, not at a doctor's office. No need to push furniture.
I was interested in the book, really.
The Aristocracy, Guiding Tomorrow's Youth. Soothing, although to be honest, now I kind of have to go to the bathroom. A recruiting poster for the vaccine lottery. I can't deny it's an effective campaign.
Interesting. They advertise the lottery, the vaccine lottery, even in the doctor's office. So people of this class in society are also taking lottery jobs, it would appear.
I'd hate to be that poor guy on the right. I already took a brochure. This is comfortable, but kind of pointless right now.
I wonder what we're supposed to do. Ah, reception.
Yes, may I help you?
I have an appointment with Dr. Collins.
I'm here to see Dr. Collins.
Do you have your appointment card?
Yes, it's right here.
Great. Amy Wellard. I don't seem to have you in the registry. Is this your first visit?
Yes.
Okay, not a problem. Just fill out this form for me, have a seat, and we'll call you in shortly.
Thanks.
The paper trail grows. Why? Why did you use your real name?
A blank medical form and a pen. I don't know what half the stuff they're asking on here even means.
I'm just worried they're going to give him the maximum punishment.
I don't know what to tell you. The aristocracy doesn't take kindly to that sort of thing. Have you been able to speak with him?
No. They took him in for questioning yesterday. Not even family can see him until they decide what they're going to do.
I guess the worst case scenario is he ends up in Rockwall for a few years.
I can't believe he could be so selfish as to not even consider what this will do to his family. What am I supposed to tell my grandchildren? No, your daddy won't be home for Christmas because he was selling counterfeit lottery tickets to poor people.
At least they'll know not to do what he did.
Miss Wellard, you can go inside. Dr. Collins will be in to see you momentarily. Oh, and if you need to schedule a follow-up appointment, don't forget to speak to me afterwards.
Okie doke. So father sold counterfeit lottery tickets. Now, the only reason to actually go to this appointment, aside from the slim possibility he injects us with vaccine and doesn't realise something is up, there's a danger he'll realise something's up, because presumably he writes all the appointment cards personally, and he'll be like, well, I've never heard of you. But even if that doesn't happen, the only reason to be here at all is just to find out what the password is that will let us get to central storage.
Some body part or system that I'm completely unfamiliar with. I guess that's supposed to be a drawing of a brain? None of this makes any sense to me. Bodies aren't exactly my area of expertise. I can't make heads or tails of this one. That is a heck of a lot of books. Nice to know the doctor's well read, at least.
Well, they're on a shelf, so you don't know if he's read them.
They're mostly medical textbooks. Nothing that interests me. A cross-section of a human head. Odd, but kind of fascinating. I remember having one of those when I was a kid. Too bad it broke.
Too bad, they can be useful.
There's nothing on it to examine. I guess this must be an experiment of some kind. Why would he keep a skeleton arm in a jar?
Good question.
Must be where the doctor washes his hands. Must be where the doctor... Doesn't look very comfortable. I should probably wait until the doctor gets here before I sit on the table. I wonder who those are for.
Can you fill in the form using the information on the bookshelf?
I can use that there.
Nope.
There's a lot of interesting looking stuff on this table.
Alright, so, what is the immediate goal right now? I said before we want the password, but I don't see how we could get it without somehow convincing someone that knows the password to tell us. I very much doubt the doctor was foolish enough to write the password down in his office. I mean, if he had, where would it be? I mean, you'd assume if he had, he'd have been clever enough to, you know, like, write it in a book or on a sheet of paper he sticks in a random book. Because then at least someone just coming into the office wouldn't see it, but he'd know exactly where to look.
I shouldn't touch it. Who knows what's in there?
I could leave again, but I don't see the point.
There's nothing on it to examine.
I could put something in the... I could put something under the microscope to examine, but I don't know why I would. I could examine the lottery ticket to try and tell if it's genuine.
I don't see how I can use that there.
But I mean, it was given to us by Tiberius, so it almost certainly is. I wonder if we use the lottery ticket as our excuse for why we're here. Because I don't know how the dose is administered when you win the lottery. I'm just thinking there's a decent chance that the doctors don't actually check the lottery numbers. That if someone turns up at their office, actually makes it in, and has a lottery ticket, they may well just assume, oh well, I must have won. They might check, but they might not.
They're mostly medical. A blank medical form and a pen. I don't know what half the stuff they're asking on here even means. I don't need them. I'm not getting near that thing.
I don't know what we're supposed to be doing.
I'm no doctor. I wouldn't know what to do with it.
I could leave.
Something's wrong if I leave now. I better stay put until the doctor gets here.
What am I supposed to be doing?
I can't make heads or tails. I guess that's supposed to be a drawing. None of this makes any sense to me.
What could I possibly do while I'm in here before the doctor comes in that would be useful?
They're most... I'd really rather...
I have a lottery ticket, I have chalk, I have a crossbow, I have a pistol. Neither of those two have ammo, by the way. I have a bucket, a brochure, and a medical form. I guess I could fill up the bucket at the wash basin and then balance it on top of the door if I wanted.
I don't see how I can use... I don't see how I...
No, that does just seem like a juvenile prank and not something that would actually be useful. This is just such an odd position to find myself in. I genuinely don't know what the game expects of me here.
I should probably wait until the doctor gets...
Oh, I can look at the table. Got it. Okay.
This jar is full of little flat wooden sticks. I don't even want to know what they're used for. This jar looks like it's full of candy. She's pretty. I wonder who she is. It says, "I love you, Dr. C," and it's signed I.S. No, I think that's private.
I'm going to write that down. That may be important. I love you, Dr. C. I.S.
I just had a shower. My hands are clean right now. There aren't any messes to wipe up that I can see. That's the fanciest paper towel dispenser I've ever seen.
But you have seen a paper towel dispenser before.
It's nice to see the doctor keeps his hands clean when dealing with patients.
I've just noticed he's got a notepad there. He might have the password on there.
Huh. There's 2 forms of soap. I guess this profession would make anyone a germaphobe. Huh. There's 2... I guess you can't be too careful when dealing with sick patients. Impressive. Feather quill pens are hard to come by. There's lots of scribbles and notes on here. There's one that says, "This week's CS password equals next week's surgery." That's probably important. I'll just copy it down.
This week's CS password equals next week's surgery. So do I just have to find out what surgery he's got scheduled for next week?
I wrote down what it said on the doctor's notepad. This week's CS password equals next week's surgery.
So now you can't give the form back.
Good afternoon, Miss Wellard.
Hello, Dr. Collins.
I've been informed that this is your first visit. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You look somewhat familiar. Are you sure you haven't been here before?
Yes, I'm sure.
You must just have one of those faces. In any case, what are you here for today?
I have green lung. The symptoms started about a week ago.
I see. If you'll just have a seat on the examination table, I'll do a quick checkup and administer your vaccine dose.
Green lung.
There you are.
Symptoms.
You should notice a decrease in symptoms within the hour.
Thank you, Doctor.
About a week
Oh, Miss Wellard?
ago.
Yes?
I swore an oath to do no harm and heal the sick, so I would never turn away someone seeking vaccine. But I'd like to offer you a suggestion. When sneaking around other people's houses, don't stand so close to the windows. I'm sure you're aware of the consequences if you were ever caught.
Understood.
Maybe reception know what next week's surgery's gonna be.
Yes, may I help you?
I need to schedule a follow-up appointment. I hope she doesn't ask about the form.
I was told to schedule a follow-up appointment.
Of course. Let me just show you our calendar, and you can pick a date that works best for you.
Oh, yes! That's how we're gonna get the surgery. Where are we now? November. We have the date! Way! So, it's currently Wednesday, the 9th, November 2072. Doesn't work Saturdays or Sundays, it would seem. How do I check?
Today's date, it says house call, Silas Harrison.
Ah, that's how.
It says house call, Jerome Bromley. And underneath, surgery, Derek Cooper, appendix.
I'm making a note of this.
Today's date, it says house call, Silas Harrison.
9th house call, Silas Harrison.
It says house call, Jerome Bromley. And underneath, surgery, Derek Cooper, appendix.
House call, Jerome Bromley, was it?
It says house call, Jerome Bromley. And underneath, surgery, Derek Cooper, appendix.
Surgery, Derek Cooper. Noted.
It says house.
Yeah, it's spelt the way I expected it to be.
It says staff meeting all day.
Staff meeting.
It says vaccination, Karen Schmidt.
Vaccination. Karen Schmidt. I was thinking a follow-up appointment next month, but still.
This date is blank. It says surgery, Paul Scott, medulla oblongata.
Wait, what?
It says surgery, Paul Scott, medulla oblongata.
Isn't that one of the central and most important parts of the brain?
It says surgery, Paul Scott, medulla oblongata.
Medulla
It says surgery,
oblongata.
Paul Scott, medulla oblongata.
Doesn't that control motor function or something like that? I'm looking this up quickly. What does Wikipedia, the fountain of all knowledge, say? Is a long stem-like structure that makes up the lower part of the brainstem. Okay, that is really important. It is a cone-shaped neuronal mass responsible for autonomic involuntary functions, ranging from vomiting to sneezing. And the medulla contains cardiac, respiratory, vomiting, and vasomotor centers, and therefore deals with automatic functions of breathing, heart rate, and blood pressure, as well as sleep-wake cycle. Okay, so I was wrong about it being responsible for motor functions, but oh my goodness, that is an important part of the brain.
It says vaccination, Anthony Prescott.
Right, vaccination.
It says vaccination, Anthony Prescott.
Anthony Prescott. So this would be the surgery that's next week. So medulla oblongata is the password.
It says vaccination, Dora Everly.
Incidentally, taking an oath to do no harm doesn't mean you have to aid someone that you know's behaved, or you have reason to believe has behaved illegally. It's an oath to not hurt people, not an oath to always help people if you are able.
It says vaccination, Dora Everly.
Not that I'm complaining. Dora Everly.
It says lunch with Nero.
Oh. Lunch with Nero. I hope the receptionist doesn't mind me just casually copying out the calendar. Let's go with the 30th of November then. I can't find out what happened on the days that have been passed.
How about this date?
Perfect. I'll pencil you in. All set? See you soon, Miss Wellard.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, but I'm in no mood to talk right now. I'm sure you understand.
Okie dokie. Well, let's pray. Actually, do you know what? I'm not gonna use the...
Welcome to the Ministry of Medicine. Please select a destination or request directions.
I'm not going to request directions to central storage while I'm in here. That's foolish. At least this is the agent who's working with the resistance, so it shouldn't matter if I do it in here.
Welcome to the Ministry of Medicine.
I'd like some directions, please.
Please state the name of the room you would like directions to.
Central medulla oblongata.
Medulla oblongata?
Password accepted. One moment, please. Central storage is located to the left of the administrative cafeteria. It is the unmarked door next to the cleaning closet. Do you require further directions?
Nothing else. Thanks.
Thank you for using this directory. Have a pleasant day.
Right, I'm going to let the receptionist know that I know the location and tell him what it is.
Hey, now that's more like it. You blend right in. What can I help you with?
Oh,
Thanks
I can't.
for your help.
It's what I'm here for.
Oh, this is getting really dangerous. Because not only am I walking into an area wearing clothes which they wouldn't necessarily expect someone going into such a high security area wearing, but also I could just walk into the person whose clothes these are, and I wouldn't know, and they presumably would know. Okay. This looks challenging. We have a terminal, we have an alarm, we have a smoke detector, we have a chute, we have a trolley, we have a metal door.
That is one huge metal door. There has to be something fairly important on the other side. But what? I'm guessing this is what they use to transport the crates around. Looks like someone left a box cutter on it.
Can I have it?
Well, if someone was careless enough to leave this box cutter here, we'll just go with the old finders keepers rule.
Ah, yes. Stealing.
Well now, that's certainly tempting.
I could cut the wire with the box cutter, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not.
This must be where the crates wind up going. I wonder what's on the other side of the wall.
Open storage door, system maintenance, emergency override. Enter verification code. No emergency detected in building systems. Okay. System maintenance. Alright. If I cut the wire between the smoke detector and the alarm, will the alarm go off? Hopefully. And then I can declare it an emergency.
I can't reach this wire, but I don't think I should cut it anyway.
Really?
If I cut this wire, I don't know if the terminal will affect anything in the room.
Yeah, that's why.
Well, now if the alarm goes off, the alert will at least be limited to this room.
You assume. I guess that's a reasonable assumption, except that could have set the alarms off elsewhere already. But yes, no new information is going to be travelling from this room to others. Right, if I could make smoke, I might be able to get an emergency override now and not have anything else, anywhere else alerted. Can I make it think there's smoke using sparks?
Good idea, but I don't think the pistol will work on its own. I'll need to start a bigger fire.
Alright. How am I going to do that then? I've got a bad feeling. Let's hope this doesn't go wrong. I've got a bad feeling I need to head out and grab some wood.
I'm not leaving yet.
Okay. Guess that's not happening.
Hey.
What can I help you with?
Thanks for your help.
It's what I...
Okay, can't ask him for help. Okay. Set the brochure on fire?
I'm not sure how I can use those things.
You set the brochure on fire, then you put the brochure under the smoke detector.
I don't think that...
Medical form?
I'm not sure. I wrote down this week's CS pass.
I'm certainly not doing that with the lottery ticket. Just in case I do both win the lottery and have a chance to redeem it, which is looking unlikely now.
I don't think that will...
How am I going to do this?
As tempting as it is to go trolley surfing, I should focus on the task at hand.
Ah, put them in the bucket.
Something tells me this brochure will be more useful in here. The paper will burn, but slowly. It needs a little something more.
Medical form?
I've already got enough. I wrote down this week's...
Not the crossbow, surely.
I'd rather not put...
Yeah.
There's...
Not the lottery ticket.
I'd rather not. I wrote down this week...
What's a little something more we could use? Alright, this is also dangerous. Let's head back to Dr. Collins' office and see if there was anything flammable here that I missed before. Doesn't look like it. Reception?
Please don't touch that. It's very delicate.
Okay. I get the feeling you're not going to be happy with me taking anything. The locker room. There might be something flammable in there. Let's hope no one sees me.
I'm not about to start... I've already got a bucket.
Oh, I could have picked up a bucket here if I didn't already have one. That's nice.
The ministry seems like a pretty...
I was thinking of burning it though. The coat.
These are a pair of... I don't need to change back into my clothes just yet.
Sounds like we'll be doing that though.
I don't see how I can... Nothing boring. This one is empty, but it should... Nothing worth... Empty, apart from some old... Nothing else I... There are clothes in here, but they're... Empty. Empty.
Nothing. Nothing we can use.
Nothing else I need.
Welcome.
How are we gonna do it then? I know the chalk wouldn't work.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, good. The game doesn't think that then. I was gonna say, the chalk wouldn't... You can heat chalk and turn it into quicklime, but it won't burn exactly.
This looks like a good spot.
Oh, okay, maybe this is the idea.
The paper will burn, but slowly. It needs a little something more.
What though? What do I have? Or if I don't have the other thing, where would I find it? It's not the chalk, it's not the crossbow, it's not the pistol, it's not the medical form, it's not the box cutter. Actually, maybe we should check that.
I don't see how I...
Yeah, it's not like a wooden handled box cutter. You do well to set fire to like a chunk of wood the size of a handle though, with flaming paper. Not the lottery ticket.
I'll take this.
Okay, well if I'm not allowed to leave the area, the only thing I can conclude is there must be something else I can pick up in the area that I missed before.
Soothing, although to be honest... The aristocracy. A recruiting post. I'd hate...
Welcome.
I just don't know.
The Ministry seems like a pretty tight ship. I don't think I'll be able to disguise myself in this doctor's coat without raising any suspicions.
Yeah, but you could burn the doctor's coat. You could rip it up into shreds so it'll set light more
These are a
easily.
pair of men's shoes.
The shoes might burn depending upon what they're made of though.
I'm not about... I'm not...
I can't take the mop head, which might be dry.
Interesting.
What's interesting? Oh, okay, there was stuff on here I didn't know about. Okay. That explains that. Right, we should be able to do it now. I assume I put the oil... Oh, do I have oil? No, bleach powder and floor cleaner. Well, I put the rag then in the bucket.
I don't need to put the rag in there.
You don't? Are you sure?
I'd rather... Okay, let's get some of this cleaner in the bucket. Achilles
Okay.
brand floor cleaner. Achilles has no weaknesses when it comes to fighting dirt. Warning. Flammable.
There we go.
Do not store at temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius.
Ah ha ha, that's what I was missing.
Astro brand disinfectant bleach powder. Simply pour on stains, scrub, and watch them vanish. Warning. Do not use on silver, painted surfaces, walls, aluminum, or rubber.
Aluminum. Okay, we are in America then.
This looks like a good spot.
I assume, actually to be fair, I don't know whether Canadians would say aluminum instead of aluminium. And actually, if we were in somewhere that didn't speak English as its primary language, then that wouldn't tell us anything either, because that just tells us that the voice actors were probably American for this game. We say Hulunug. Hey Rockster, it's lovely to see you. How are you doing? Probably better save here before I light the fire.
should work. Oh crap, what was I thinking? That was a close one. I need to find a way to stop the alarm from going off.
No, you want the alarm to go off. You want the alarm to go off so that you can declare an emergency. And you've already stopped the alarm from reaching anywhere else by cutting the wire. Maybe what you mean is you don't want this actual physical alarm here to ring, in which case you're going to need to remove the little ringer bit, which I don't know the proper name of.
I've already cut the wire. I don't think that will have much of an effect on...
Tired, we'll have a few shots and go to sleep. How about you? Yeah, I'm doing quite well, thank you. Sorry to hear you must have had quite a long day. Oh, do I use the bleach powder on here? Because the bottom part of this looks to be silver.
I don't think that will have...
Okay, fair enough. What do I use then? Oh, the game's got me again. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I thought the plan was start a fire, get the alarm to go off, then declare an emergency in the terminal and then tell it to open the metal door, and because we'd cut the wire here, stopping the signal from going into the rest of the facility, the rest of the facility wouldn't be alerted. But it's difficult... But if I am supposed to take the alarm out, well... How do I do that and still have the signal get between the smoke detector and the terminal?
There's not much I can do to it with my bare hands.
I mean, you could try hitting it with the pistol.
I don't think that...
We've tried the box cutter. I suppose you could try jamming the chalk in there just to be an obstacle.
I don't think that...
No. Quite a bit of today, but this week will probably be like that. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. Online I've been noticing a lot of people saying that this is their first day back to work and that things haven't necessarily been going the way they'd like. You know, various things being clearly wrong, like one person pointing out that they've had no internet at their work all day, that sort of thing.
That is one huge metal door. There has to be something fairly important. I'll take this. This looks like a good spot. I've cut the wire, so the rest of the alarm system will be unaffected by anything that happens in this room.
So why is it so terrible if the alarm goes off?
If I set off the smoke detector now, the alarm will go off.
No worries, it's supposed to be like that. Actually, I've been at work last week as well. I've been taking boxes from one place to another. And I seem to be complaining quite a bit. No worries. It's not impossible that in one of the areas I've already been, just like there was with that car in the locker room, there might be some more objects I don't know I have access to. I don't know though. I did manage Earl Grey tea with nice cream and honey today though, yum. That does sound nice. Is Earl Grey your favourite by any chance?
No need to push furniture around.
Not much of a tea drinker myself, but I do like... if I am to drink tea, I do like Earl Grey. Trouble is the caffeine in both tea and coffee, although they can be very nice, especially like if you grind your own coffee and at home. You can have some very nice coffees, but the problem is I'm really sensitive to the caffeine to the point that even decaf, if I have a decaf in the morning, I will sleep less well that evening. Because of course decaf doesn't mean no caffeine, it just means they've removed as much caffeine as they can. So I don't have it often, but Earl Grey is nice. I do like green herbal tea more, but Earl Grey is nicer coffee substitution.
I'm not sticking my hand.
Welcome to
Still not seeing anything I can do.
well,
It reminded me of this yogi tea I used to have at times. Well, I'm not sure I recognise yogi tea, that's a new one to me. I don't have the passwords though to access these things. I'm gonna have to declare an emergency override, I assume. But I assume the way to do that is to set the fire alarm off, but I just cannot for the life of me see how I can disable this alarm. Unless there's a slim chance the game's bugged because maybe I did things in a different order to that which it expected. But I've not run into that problem before with this game. It kind of is the black tea with milk caramel. Some nice chocolatey herbs there too. Ooh. Sounds very decadent. I know this is an act of desperation, but
I don't think. There. That should muffle the alarm if it goes off.
oh, the rag! Of course! Okay, that was the same idea I had with the chalk, except the rag makes way more sense. Okay. Yeah, I was being a bit dumb there.
Here goes nothing. That did it. I'll put out the fire before it gets out of control.
Well, it's in a bucket, and the environment seems not overly flammable, so I'd be surprised if that got out of control quickly. Right. Emergency detected. Door override.
My God.
Engaged, was it?
There's enough vaccine stored in here to treat the entire population for years. Danton was right. The government has been lying to everyone all along. This isn't right at all. The people need to know the truth.
Oh, blimey, I assumed we'd have to do some sneaking around in there, but apparently not.
Take this back for now.
Yep, I'll have the bucket back, thank you. I probably don't want the rag back at this point. Ah, this is a
Amy
problem.
Wellard, by order of the aristocracy, you are under arrest for trespassing on private property, breaking and entering, theft, and tampering with official Ministry of Medicine documentation.
I'm sure there's been some kind of misunderstanding.
Our orders are quite clear. You are hereby ordered to come with us for detention in Rockwall Prison.
Don't I at least get some kind of trial first?
We're here to escort you to Rockwall, not to answer questions. If you do not cooperate, we have authorization to shoot you on the spot. You are also ordered to return those stolen clothes to their proper location before leaving the ministry.
Fine, let's go.
I hope this isn't an ending to the game.
Wellard, we've got a visitor.
Hopefully this is Tiberius. It is.
Good evening.
Tiberius, you can't let them keep me here.
I'm very sorry, my dear, but things are a bit complicated. I came to explain your position.
Go on then. I'm listening.
Do you remember the day we were bombed, Miss Wellard? I can recall it quite well.
I was young, but yes, I was in school. I lost a lot of friends that day. My mother, too.
My condolences.
Oh.
You are aware that the reason we were attacked was for control of petroleum and mineral supplies, yes?
Interesting. So, Mother died on Blast Day. That would have been when Amy was 5. Supposedly attacked for petroleum or for control of petroleum and mineral resources. I've been trying for the longest time to figure out what part of the world this game is supposed to be set in. So if they have petroleum deposits themselves, I suppose it could still be the USA. It's clearly not Britain, it's clearly not France. Resource Wars, classic. Yes, I knew that. I kind of think what's that got to do with anything is the right sentiment here, but it's phrased a little too brusquely. I think being polite is the order of the day here. Maybe Bulgaria. I don't know. Does Bulgaria have petroleum deposits? Interesting if true. Yes, I knew that.
Of course. Everyone knows that. What's your point?
Rebuilding our society has not been an easy task. We still have much to do. Of utmost importance is maintaining order. Do you understand this?
Then why are you telling people supplies of vaccine are limited? You could help everyone and work on finding a permanent cure.
Yes, you are correct. And if we were to cure the population and allow our society to thrive once more, what do you suppose would happen next?
They'd get rid of the aristocracy. I'm not sure what the expected response here is. As I conjectured earlier, the only reason the aristocracy seem to have established and maintained control is because they control vaccines. They're the only people or they have the resources to actually cure the disease, which is afflicting a very large part of the populace. Well, I say afflicting, I suppose more menacing. I suspect at any one point in time a relatively small amount of the populace actually has green lung, but the point is the common folk live in constant fear of it because everyone knows multiple people that have contracted it and died at some point, I assume. So the argument he's making is that social order would fall apart. They're using the vaccine as the carrot to keep people in line, you give everyone the vaccine and then society falls apart. But I'm actually not convinced that would be the case here, because people would have such a strong vested interest in making sure that the production and infrastructure needed for vaccine production stays in place. So I'm not sure society will collapse as much as he's thinking. It's just his in-group would lose control. What do I think Amy would say? I think based on her responses so far, she's naive. So we'll go with things would be great.
It would be great. People could live normal lives again, not have to worry about scavenging or dying of the plague.
Of course. And when a rival nation caught wind of that prosperity and decided we had something they wanted, we would be attacked. Experience the horror of war all over again.
That's not the argument I was expecting.
The bombings we experienced on my worst enemy. I cannot let that happen again. I will not let it happen again. Do you understand me, Miss Wellard? I'm aware that the current system is not perfect. There is a clear class divide, but we are not tyrants. The aristocracy has always striven to care for the citizens who provide aid, despite their circumstances. In any case, I am genuinely sorry that things had to turn out this way. You did perform your job quite well, perhaps too well.
I was just doing as you asked.
I asked you to infiltrate the rebels and gain their trust. I did warn you that my protection could only go so far. You could easily have come back to me and informed me of Danton's plans to invade the Ministry.
She threatened to have me killed if I set foot anywhere near your tower. What was I supposed to do?
Informed one of my guards. Sent along someone you trusted with the information. Though it hardly matters now. I've gotten all the information I need.
But how?
With this.
A gold ball on a string?
A clever listening device my soothsayer came up with. It was placed in the handle of your crossbow. I have been tracking you in order to ensure you learned the location of Danton's hideout.
You've been spying on me this whole time? Why didn't you just tell me you were listening in?
It was a test of loyalty, and unfortunately, you failed. It's truly a pity. I would have loved to give you your payment. You could have continued spying, opened up a mechanic shop, serving the government. Alas, I cannot reward criminal behavior. It would not be looked upon favorably by the public. We would lose the support of citizens like Mr. Harrison.
So what, you're just leaving me in here to rot?
I'm afraid not. Order must be preserved. I find myself forced to tie up loose ends. Danton and her rebels will be eliminated. As for you, it really does pain me to have to do this. But the truth is, I have no choice in the matter. You must be executed.
What? Why?
I understand this is difficult for you. However, my hands are tied. I simply cannot take the risk of keeping you alive.
And what if I promise not to tell anyone about the vaccine horde?
I'm afraid you've proven to me already that I can't trust you.
How?
In any case, I wish to thank you for your service. I'll make sure your execution is quick and painless. Goodbye, Miss Wellard. Again, I am quite sorry.
I'm not sure she was loyal to him, but I'm also not sure she's given him cause to think. Oh, wonderful. A raven. I'm also not sure she's given him cause to think that. I can understand what he means by loyalty, but he doesn't mean loyalty to him. He means loyalty to the upper elements in society. Because he probably perceives the way we treated Mr. Harrison as being disloyal. At least that's the only way I can make sense of it. In every other regard, I don't see how we haven't done everything he asked. Yeah, I don't buy that whole, oh, if we were too prosperous, someone might attack us argument. That doesn't really make sense, because if you're by far more prosperous than your neighbours, then you have the most resources to fight wars. And generally speaking, people don't pick on the strongest. Why is he an AI that keeps vaccine from people and talks about war? I don't think he is an AI. He is a human being, and he was wearing a gas mask, but due to the sensibilities of the aristocracy, of which he is a member, of course it can't just be a plain gas mask, so he has a fine... So it's like quite a lot of the gas mask is made out of porcelain, and he has this this fine artwork of a face painted on it, which I thought was a really nice touch. Because of course the developers of this game could have just had all the aristocracy wearing plain old normal gas masks, but I thought that was a nice little catch there.
Looks like the previous occupant of this cell left a few things behind.
Okay, what did they leave?
Most of this stuff is just junk. What's this? Huh, looks like the previous occupant at least got a dose of vaccine. Oh well, an empty syringe might be useful in a scrape.
In a scrape? Really? Not a lot you can do with a syringe. I can think of about one thing you could do with a syringe which might temporarily incapacitate someone, but it would also leave them pretty angry. A drain?
It's open. There's some pretty foul-smelling water at the bottom.
I mean, and we've got the listening device? What are we gonna do? Threaten to inject ourselves with dirty water or something? I don't see why they would care at this point, because they could cover anything up.
This panel seems to have something to do with the electrified window. It hasn't got any buttons or anything I can mess with on it. There is an opening at the bottom, though.
Ah, is this where the syringe comes in?
I don't think that will have any effect on the panel. The Raven looks like it's trying to get in, but the electrified mesh on the window isn't letting it. Weird. Are his eyes red? The Raven looks like it's trying to get in, but the electrified mesh on the window isn't letting it. Weird. Are his eyes red?
So one of the groups that we've come across in this world are the... Hold on. Let me get their names right. I was going to say the Raven cult, but I think that's wrong. The Reaper cult. The Reaper cult... So, what we know so far. At some point, bombs were dropped on here, probably nuclear bombs, and we're in a bit of a nuclear winter type situation. There are some very well-to-do who are doing very well, thank you very much, and there are a lot of poor people that are struggling to survive. There's also this whole plague going on, which is ravaging the lower elements in society. Like I say, I don't think it's actually at that great a rate. It's just like most people are going to know some people that died of it, so it's a constant threat. They're worried about the contagion. Now, in all this turmoil, there is this group known as the Cult of the Reaper or something like that, and they basically worship death. From what I can tell, it's not so much that they're about glorifying dying itself, so much as their ideology seems to stem from the idea that life is suffering to such an extent that you're better off dead in the next life. They do seem to have some idea of the next world, and so we shouldn't be sad about when people die. We should be happy because they're going on to a better place, and so they're very cheerful whenever you speak to them, which is in stark contrast to almost everyone else you meet that seems to be depressed, at least among the poor. That's not quite true, but it's almost true. Anyway, one of the things is they have some mythology surrounding ravens because they believe, I think it's them, who believe that a red-eyed raven will visit you shortly before you die. So that's why it's so significant that a red-eyed raven has just appeared by Amy's cell window. What about Vogons, sorry? I know who Vogons are, they're the aliens from Hitchhiker's Guide. I think I just missed the context when you posted that.
It doesn't look particularly comfortable. I guess this cell is designed for short stays.
Oh, I know. I could use the syringe to get the water, and then I could use the water on the...
Throwing that down the drain isn't going to do much.
No, I want you to suck some water up if you can get your arm low enough. And then squirt it into the panel to see if it deactivates the window. Guess that's not happening.
Hey, anybody out there?
What are you yelling about in there?
Let me out, I'm innocent. Don't I at least get a last meal? There's a weird-looking bird at the window. I have to go to the bathroom. I've got the perfect life. The perfect life, incidentally. We joined this rebel organisation, and I've got a perfect life is the sort of code phrase they use to identify other members of their organisation if they're not sure. The idea being, of course, that if the person isn't a member of the organisation, then they won't catch on that this is some sort of phrase. They'll just be confused, or perhaps even think it makes sense. I very much doubt this guard is a member of the rebel faction, but let's give it a go.
You know, I've got the perfect life.
You do realize we know that's a code phrase, right? We were listening in on all your conversations.
Well, it was worth a shot.
I didn't know they told you, though. I knew for a fact Tiberius knew, but Tiberius is a leading member of the aristocracy. You are just an ordinary guard. I'm slightly surprised he did divulge that information to you at this stage. Not because necessarily it would do any harm, just why? I don't see that it'd be a priority of his to tell every single guard in this place that. So you can do something about this raven? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe I let the raven in or something? Yeah, the context was about the raven kind of cult thing. Worth the risk. Oh no, God is informed well. That modified ghost emoji. What am I gonna do? I've got a syringe, I've still got the listening device. I mean, I could just chuck the listening device down the drain, it's just why? Like, that wouldn't achieve anything, I don't think.
I should get rid of this stupid thing, but maybe it can help me.
Maybe. Oh, interesting. Huh.
I'm going to need something long and thin if I want to do that.
Well, I've got just the thing.
Let's see if this works. Aha! Interesting. This wire could be helpful, and it makes this thing useless to Tiberius. Seems like a win-win situation.
You assume? You're probably right, but I'm not sure you absolutely know that for a fact. Wait, this thing must be wireless then. I only just realised. I think this is the first time we've seen a... Oh, if you exclude radio. Radio is technically wireless technology. Excluding radio, I think this is the first time we've come across something that is definitely wireless. It's funny, actually. I was wondering... since I started playing this game, what the date was and how advanced they got before this nuclear situation came about, and very recently, like an hour ago, or maybe less, we actually came across the date. It's Wednesday the 9th November 2072, and we know for a fact that Blast Day, when the bombs were dropped, was 20 years ago. So they got up to the 2050s before things went wrong, which is why it's so surprising that they seem to have so little wireless technology. I do like point-and-click adventures. This one looks nice. I've been enjoying it so far. You did see me play Primordia, didn't you? That was the one I did before this. I really enjoyed that. They're both by the publisher Wadget Eye Games, who've also done Gemini Rue, which I played, which I don't think I liked as much as these two, but it was quite good. Excluding radio, what could Tesla do? I mean, he wanted free electricity. Oh, you didn't. Oh, my mistake. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, but I would recommend Primordia if you're interested in a point-and-click adventure game. And I mean, I haven't finished this game yet, but this one, so far, this one hasn't struck me quite as much as Primordia did. But you know, it's good. Nice little adventure. What am I going to do with the wire? I mean, I could try messing around with the panel, but I'm just not sure that's a good idea.
This should fit through the opening at the bottom.
Yeah, but to what ends? You're just going to electrocute yourself. Oh, okay, you've plugged it in? Okay, why? Where's this going?
The wire is live now. I'd better be careful.
How did you manage to get the wire in there such that the wire is live and not electrocute yourself? I suppose because it's... Is it insulated? It must be insulated. Be mad if it wasn't. Huh. So can you move it safely?
The wire is live. I could probably move it with my foot, but I don't know what that would accomplish right now.
Well, I'm just thinking, what if you move it up to the window? Could you short the whole system? Thank you for the recommendation. I mostly enjoyed the Dig and Carandia. She's an engineer, it seems. She is, actually. Although she's a mechanical engineer primarily. One of her hobbies is restoring an old car. So one of the things that's established in this world is most cars have been completely scavenged years ago. Like I say, this is 20 years after Blast Day. I think to the day at this point. The game certainly begins on the anniversary of Blast Day. I'm not sure if 24 hours has passed yet. But she's actually putting the work in to try and restore an old car. It must be insulated somehow. The Dig, you say? I don't recognise the Dig. That's an adventure game, is it? Oh, I'll add it to the list. If you'll bear with me. Where's my list? There's my list. The Dig. The Dig is a nice adventure, I would recommend. It's on the list now. Alright, what am I doing? I've got a wire here for some reason.
I am not in the mood to electrocute myself today.
See, if she's sure the panel is connected to the window in some way, I don't know why she doesn't, she knows the window is electrified, I don't know why she doesn't stick the wire in there and then connect the other end of the wire to the window, hoping it causes a short and it will just burn itself out. Like, that could actually work, but...
Hope this works.
That's just gonna ground it, though.
What are you doing, little guy?
Well, that was handy.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. What a smart bird. Right. Time to get out of this hellhole.
What a benevolent bird.
You have sent the soldiers to the market district?
Yes, Minister Tiberius. They're heading over as we speak.
Excellent. And the spy in the Ministry of Medicine?
Taken care of.
Good. With regards to Miss Wellard's execution, please be sure to tell the firing squad to aim for the head. Don't drag it out.
Yes, Minister Tiberius.
Oh, such unpleasantness. I really take no pleasure in having to do this sort of thing. I just hope it will all be over soon. Good evening to you.
Maybe she just threw the wire on it.
Empty.
An empty water tank. Interesting.
Looks big, heavy, and completely broken.
I mean...
It's beyond repair, and the base is screwed into the roof, so I can't push it over. If only I had some way of getting those screws out.
Yeah, it is pretty macabre, but I think this may be a... Oh, what do the kids call it today? Is it spleef? Combination of splat and grief. I think it might be a spleef situation.
Looks big.
But I really don't have anything to do with the screws. A syringe is no good.
This just looks like a bronze ball on a string.
I don't fancy going down the ladder till the guard's taken care of.
Empty.
Oh, splat and grief. Yeah. Oh, you haven't? I think it comes from the Minecraft community. I've obviously played Minecraft, but I believe it's from the contemporary players of the game the term comes from.
Some big metal loudspeakers. I guess they use these for prison announcements.
I think it's because in Minecraft there's a lot of like mini games they make. It's not just the game itself, but a lot of people that play the game will develop their own mini games within the games, and I think one of the ones they like to do is one where you're like all on platforms up in the sky, and then you take away the blocks underneath you, or each other rather, not underneath yourself. Could be wrong, just what I vaguely remember hearing.
This place is falling apart. I wonder why the aristocrats don't bother fixing it.
I wonder if they have the resources to fix it. Because we know they can get a hold of wood when they need to, but if this is made out of substantial bricks, I wonder if they actually have the manufacturing potential to repair something like this. Oh, I had my first Minecraft-ish experience yesterday. Colony survival game. I have noticed Intel graphics are not too good even for Minecraft engine. Interesting. Because, of course, Minecraft isn't a colony survival game by default. Is that modded? It's just a survival game. Which version are you playing as well? If you don't mind my asking.
I wonder if that cell gets used. Not much chance of escaping from it.
No, that's true.
I wonder if that's the window to my former empty. It's beyond
What am I missing? So I need to remove the screws, but I really don't want to go down there. I mean, I could just try random inventory items.
That won't help.
Yeah,
If
but
only- That won't.
Yeah, okay, as I thought. None of those are any help. How am I gonna do it? Oh.
That hurt, and it didn't make a very loud noise.
I wasn't hoping you'd make a loud noise. I was hoping you'd scavenge something. I mean, I could try the ladder. Let's save first. Oh, it's a game made in the Minecraft in a Minecraft environment. Colony Survival is the name. Oh,
Climb down.
that's the mod pack name, is it? Interesting.
I can't climb down while the guard is patrolling around down there.
I agree. I'm just at a bit of a loss what I can do here, unless it's a pixel hunt.
Some big metal loudspeakers. I guess they use these for prison announcements.
Probably. It's a mod pack kind of thing. Ah.
Looks big, heavy, and completely broken. When the prison was fully functional, this was probably used to store water. Empty. I can't climb.
Okay, so even when he's all the way over there, she's not willing to risk it. That really implies there's something I'm supposed to be able to do up here. I suppose I could do the desperate thing and try every item on everything that's up here.
I don't.
Ah.
Huh? I must be hearing things.
Ah, that gets him into the right position. Okay, we're getting closer.
I don't see. I don't.
But how do I get it loose? I probably could combine items,
I
yes.
don't need to open it. If only. I'm not. I don't.
But no combinations work here. Understandably, I wouldn't expect any of these to work. Interesting they let her keep a lottery ticket. That's for the vaccine lottery. Since they knew they were going to execute her. I mean, supposing she were actually drawn as a winner today, does that mean no one gets the vaccine? Or she gets the vaccine anyway, even though she's about to be shot?
It says guardhouse.
Very helpful.
It's beyond repair, and the base is screwed into the roof, so I can't push it over.
Can I get back into the cell? No. So this is literally the only screen available to me. And I can't get down. What am I missing? What could there possibly be up here that I could do that I've not realised?
The raven who broke me out of my cell. He looks like he's watching me, waiting for something.
Well, if it's got a screwdriver, I would appreciate if it'd come over here and drop it next to me. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he could do to help right now. Tell the raven to knock the guard out. Thinking there might be some illusions of perspective here, and that raven is actually the same size as the guard or something. The wall does say A. Like in Ravenish R. Good point, that means there's multiple guardhouses. Or at least we have good reason to believe there is.
When the prison was empty, when the prison was fully functional, I can't...
We haven't found a reason why the water tank would be up here yet, have we?
I don't see...
I think I tried every item on it though.
I don't...
And I've tried both looking at it and
When the prison was
interacting with it. I hope this isn't one of those games where you can soft lock yourself. Because I certainly haven't run into that problem up till now. I am starting to wonder though whether there was something I needed from the window which I can't now get. But why would they do that? Like, why wouldn't, if there was something in that room that I absolutely needed, why wouldn't the devs just let her climb back in there?
I shouldn't attract the guard's attention again without a better plan. Or he might figure out I'm up here. I don't see... I don't...
Would you like the lottery ticket, Mr. Raven?
I don't see how I can...
Or Miss Raven? Would you like a... Oh, the listening device we do actually need. Would you like a shiny syringe, Miss Raven?
I don't see how...
Oh, I could drop the syringe on him from above, but I don't think that would help.
Bribing guards is...
I have no idea. Hold on, let's reload. Where's the autosave? I saved up here just a moment ago anyway. Right, the autosave is back in the cell before we got out.
Most of this stuff. Huh. I should get. I don't need. This should fit through.
Maybe the guard could use the lottery ticket. It's possible.
Hope this works. What are you doing, little guy?
Think you can miss some items in the cell before making it out, soft locking? That's my only theory. Oh, okay. Okay.
You have yes, Minister.
I forgot that I had that she automatically climbs out. Let's go back again. So I can grab that.
Most of it. Huh.
I think Carandia 1 did that a lot. That it did.
I should.
I've never had that problem with this game before though, which is why I'm slightly dubious. But I'm also at a loss at what I could possibly have done there. Because like the number of things I can actually interact with and the ways I can interact with them are so small that it feels like I had literally tried everything before. But what would I even do in here? There's nothing else to interact with. I was wondering if I pick up the grating and take it out with me or something, but that doesn't seem to be the case. No, I don't see anything in there. And most of my inventory was wiped. When I was put into the cell. Soft locking is like point and click games characteristic. It's either everywhere or nowhere. Yeah, that's also how I feel. That's why I think it's so unlikely I've soft locked myself here.
That door goes into the guardhouse.
Is there something on the ground that's somehow remotely accessible? I don't think so.
This place is falling apart. I wonder why the aristocrats don't bother fixing it.
Can she climb across the wall? I assume not.
I probably shouldn't mess around with that.
No. Is there anything else here I can interact with which I've just missed? Oh, Danton, the leader of the rebels, is not going to be happy if we make it back. I just realised I took my crossbow as well.
I don't want to go back into the prison. Anyway, I can't reach that window.
Yeah, but what else are you gonna do? Maybe some of the windows can be climbed or something? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, but the comment she just made seemed to be suggesting that I shouldn't be considering that a solution.
Down while the guard is patrolling. If I want to make noise, I'm gonna need something harder than just my fist.
There's 3 objects I know I can in theory interact with. There's the water tank, there's the HVAC unit, and there's the speakers. And I've tried every item with all of them, and the only one that does anything is the listening device on the speakers to create a loud bang. See, because you can see some of the walls missing there, I'm pretty sure the ultimate what we're ultimately working towards is create a noise, guard comes over here, push HVAC onto him, which is going to be a bit messy. Not really the sort of thing I think Amy would like to do, but I also don't see how she has much choice.
Empty. Empty. When the prison... I don't see...
But, as she said, the HVAC is screwed into the ground. And she just doesn't have anything to remove the screws with. Maybe get guards' attention and climb quick. I could try, but...
Huh?
He ends up in completely the wrong position. He ends up in a good...
I must be hearing things.
He ends up in a good position to spleef, but nothing else.
I can't climb down while the... Looks big. When the prison was fully functional, looks big, heavy, and completely broken. It's beyond repair, and the base is screwed into the roof, so I can't push it over. Empty.
If I don't figure it out in the next 5 minutes, I'll look up the solution to keep things moving. So we must get rid of guard patrolling. Yes.
He's looking right at me, almost like he's waiting for instructions.
Oh. Well, I wish I'd known I could have done that. Point at HVAC unit. Our little raven... Is our little raven a mechanic?
It's beyond repair. It's beyond repair, and the base is screwed into the roof, so I can't push it over.
I mean, you don't need to look things up unless you're bored yourself. I know what you mean, but I do try to make these streams as entertaining as I can. It's always a bit of a balancing act, because I'm the sort of stubborn person that that will keep trying to solve a puzzle for 3 hours straight if necessary, but yeah. Point at the guard. Ha 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 ha! If that's a coin, we may be able to use that to unscrew the screws that are holding the HVAC into the roof. I do hope the dig won't help the stream flow too much. What does she have to say about the coin, actually?
A small silver coin. I don't think these are particularly valuable.
Well, let's hope they make a good screwdriver. When she says silver coin, does she mean silver in colour or actually made of silver? Because that would suggest they're back onto the gold and silver standard in this game, which is very interesting if true. Yes!
Should be nice and loose now. A small silver...
Getting there.
Huh?
That won't.
Poor man. If it was made of silver, then it would be valuable. Not as valuable as you'd think. Like, a little piece of silver is not very valuable. Right, what am I doing next? Like, I know escaping, but do I poke my head into the guardhouse, see if there's anything valuable, or do I immediately make a break for the exit, or...
Going in there would be a very...
Okay, that settles that then. Well, let's just wander out and hope there's no other guards. That's my concern. You might think I would be dashing out of here as soon as I can, but I don't know what's on the other side there, and it seems unlikely that there aren't some guards, because just as much as they're trying to get people... Sorry, prevent people from getting out, they probably also want to prevent people getting in. Still.
It's not too late to warn Danton about the attack.
It probably is, to be honest, but, yep.
Oh no, Clem!
Yep. I'd say this is a little late.
Amy, that you?
Yes, Clem, I'm here.
Maz.
Interesting. Is it, oh, what was it? There was a famous film where someone died and said Rosebud or something like that, and then the whole film was about figuring out what they were on about. I wonder if this is one of those situations.
What's this?
Nope.
It looks like there was a note hidden inside the vase.
Very helpful. Well, I'm so glad I managed to liberate this. Nope, I don't get it. Let's have another save and make our way further in.
No.
Doesn't seem to have gone well for them, does it?
At least it looks like they put up a good fight. I just hope Danton managed to escape. I'm
not sure Danton's going to be very happy if they did, since they saw themselves as a leader, and then presumably they saw their primary duty is looking after their people.
I can't even tell who that is. Their face has been mangled so badly.
Wow, this got very dark very quickly.
Brutal.
I mean, there were dark themes in the game from the beginning, but not like this.
Didn't stand a chance.
You know, actually no, that's not true. One of the very, very first things we had to do in this game was a mercy killing. So I guess this is par for the course.
Don't move! I know how to use this thing!
Oh, hey, Denby.
Me? What are you doing here?
I'd ask you the same thing. What were you thinking? You could have killed me.
Sorry. Pretty brutal in here, huh? I couldn't believe how many guards they sent in.
Just hand over the crossbow before you have an accident, would you?
Okay, fine. Here.
He didn't know the I have a perfect life passphrase when we spoke to him previously. So either he joined the organisation very recently, or he just came here to, I don't know, pick the scavenge the leftovers or something.
Wow, they got him good. I like Denby, but he's gonna get himself in major trouble one of these days. Denby?
Yeah?
What are you doing?
What are you doing back there?
I'm scavenging, isn't it obvious?
No need to snap, Denby.
Sorry. It's just that a couple of guards came by the factory and I had to leave, so I've got no place to stay right now.
Did they see you?
No. I was able to hear them coming and got away.
What is it you're looking for?
What are you looking for?
I heard these rebels had some information on where to get vaccine.
And why would that interest you?
No reason.
Denby, you can tell me. You know that.
Last week, I went into the quarantine zone looking for parts to sell to Gordon and... well, I thought I'd been careful, but this morning I started coughing up blood.
Denby, what the hell? Your mother is going to kill you!
Great. It'll save the green lung the trouble. I can still die pretty.
If you're desperate, fine. But why on earth did you go into the quarantine zone?
Because that's where the best stuff is. Nobody goes in there, so everything in the buildings is more or less intact. It sucks, I know, but I knew the risks going in.
How did you manage to get back out? I thought it was designed to keep people in for good.
You just have to know where to look.
Is this where we're going to end up? Did you see the attack?
Where were you when the attack happened? Did you see anything?
Not all of it, no. I mean, I saw like the guards walk past and bust down the door, but once the fighting started, I got out of there. Those guys looked like they meant business, and I wasn't going to stick around to see what they were going to do.
Did you see if Danton managed to escape?
Danton? The lady with the cool hat?
Yes, that's her.
Yeah, I saw her run outside and kill a couple of guys with her sword. It was awesome.
I'm sure it was. Did you see where she went?
Nah, she ran off with a couple of guys. I didn't go after them.
Well, at least I know she made it out alive.
Wow. She made it out some of the way alive. But yes, that is good news. What's that on the blackboard?
What's all the stuff on the blackboard?
I don't know. It looks like a bunch of scribbles and some pegs. For all I know, it could be some kind of secret code, but I have no idea what it means.
Never mind.
Could it be locations?
It's even more useless to me now than it was before.
A map.
Destroyed, just like everything else in here.
Interesting. So do I take the phrases that were in the note and then connect them up in some way? Maybe. Right. Let's try writing these down in sequence then, and then I'll try and connect them up. ISNVUAPOCLBWR. I think that's all of them. The whole alphabet seems to be there. Yeah, but I'm guessing I'm connecting up. I'm guessing this is essentially connect the dots. And it's probably going to make either a word or a map or something like that.
I don't think I should pull the pegs out. They look deliberately placed.
Oh, I use... Wait, but I don't have chalk.
I don't think...
How do I actually do this then? Is there chalk in the area that I've missed?
Morbid, but maybe I can use it.
Do I use the noose? Is that how this works?
This rope is way too thick to wrap around the pegs. I'll need something thinner.
Alright. Wait, when did I get my crossbow back? I am not complaining at all. I just have no recollection of being given that back.
Wow, they got him good. I'd love to beat something up right now, but this is ruined.
Hey, don't look at me!
I guess the guards didn't find that funny.
I assume that was a dummy that was dressed to look like Tiberius or something.
I don't recognize him. Totally
Can I break this up?
A short length of rope is much handier than a noose.
Yes. But how do I get either string or maybe some chalk or something? I mean, in theory, you should be able to unpick the rope to get string. But that doesn't appear to be an option. If I was really keen, I could copy this out into my notes and then do it by hand. But the trouble is, the game wouldn't know I'd done it then, and so the character's knowledge wouldn't have been updated in-game. So I guess I'm on the search for some string?
I'm not leaving here until I find out what happened to Danton.
Okay, well I think you do know that, but I take the hint, developers. You don't want me wandering off yet.
No need to mess around with it anymore. I don't think I need to bother with that anymore.
Oh, does the game want me to use something to help unpick it?
I'm not sure how I can use... I'm not...
Oh, maybe I used the rope on the pegboard at this level.
This rope is way too thick to wrap around the pegs. I'll need something thinner.
Okay. Do you happen to have anything, Denby?
Denby?
Yeah?
Never mind.
Good chat.
I'm not sleeping.
Oh, that person just moved. Doesn't mean they're alive, but they might be.
There's nothing I can do for him. Didn't stand a chance. No way I can piece it back together.
I'm not sure it's supposed to be this hard. Yes, perhaps they are just in desperate straits.
I'd love to beat something up right now.
Hey, don't look at me.
Oh, I know what I could try. I could use the broken up vase to cut some of the rope off, which really isn't what needs to be done here. It needs to be unpicked, but still.
I don't see how I can use...
Okay.
There's nothing I can do for him now. I'm not interested in this stuff. I've got my mother's old set at home.
You assume. Don't know what the state of home is right now, if they've been tracking you.
It's out of my reach. It's out of... It's just blowing in the wind.
I don't get it. I know IRL what needs to be done. I cannot figure out for the life of me how I do it in game though.
I don't think...
Oh, the bowstring.
That's not going...
No?
Tying the rope to a bolt could be useful in the right situation, but I don't think this is one of them.
I thought you didn't have any bolts left.
A rope is much handier than a new... A short... I'd rather not. He hasn't got anything useful to me anyway. Nothing I can do. There's nothing I... There's nothing... They're beyond help. I'm not sleeping.
A lottery ticket, no help. The syringe, not really any help. Do I just use the note on the blackboard? Also, why would you put pins into a blackboard? Surely you'd use a corkboard.
I don't see how I can...
Oh, this is frustrating. Maybe I am supposed to just do it in my head. Seems a little surprising. No, there's too much here to eat readily do in the head. You'd have to copy this out quite accurately. I do have a pen and paper. It's just that I feel like the game wouldn't know that I'd done it. Unless it's like telling me about something that's hidden in this room or something, the game wouldn't know that I'd completed it, and therefore, every time I try and leave, the game would still say, I'm not leaving until I found out what happened to Danton.
Denby?
Yeah?
Never mind. I don't see...
I don't... oh wait, do I just put the rope on the main character?
I don't see how I can use that.
Ah, I thought that might be it. Because all she needs to do is unpick the rope. The rope should be made up of little bits of string. Because you like twist little fibres of little organic fibres together to make little strands, which you then roll together to make thread, which you then roll together to make string, and then you roll together to make rope. Right here I should literally have a ton of string. I would point out they wouldn't stay there too long. All the blood and corpses environment is too much and they'd want to go out. What, you mean the main character? Or you mean in terms of the developers and the story, they wouldn't want the player to hang around here too long?
Destroyed. It's even more useful.
I mean, if that was IRL, yeah. Sorry, it's a bit out of context. No worries.
There's nothing else I can take. I'm not leaving here. No need to mess around. I don't see how.
I swear I must be just missing an item in the room or missing some interaction. It's so strange.
There's nothing.
You mentioned some movie when the vase broke. That kind of got my attention.
I'm not sleeping here.
Yeah, what was that movie? I seem to remember it was a very famous one. Just one that I've never seen personally. You know, as in like one of the most famous films ever made. Citizen Kane.
This rope is way too thick to wrap around the pegs. That's not. That's not. That's not. That's not.
Can't you just pull the crossbow string? That could be misinterpreted. Yes. I've not seen it, but I think at the start of the film or something, someone's dying and they say Rosebud, and then, as I understand it, the rest of the film is helping you understand what on earth that's about. But that's about all I know. Red Dwarf did a parody of that, where one of the main characters, Arnold Rimmer, when he dies, he says gazpacho soup, and the whole point of that episode was figuring out why on earth he'd say that. That's an old British comedy series. Red Dwarf, if you weren't aware. I feel like such a fool. So previously the problem was I didn't realise it could interact with the Raven.
I'd love.
Hey, don't look at.
I don't see.
Unless the game has bugged slightly.
I'm not sleeping.
In that I've done things in the wrong order, but we were talking about that before and that turned out not to be the problem.
I don't.
I know I could do this manually, it just seems like I shouldn't have to.
This rope is way too thick to wrap around the pegs. I'll need something thinner.
See, that really heavily implies I'm supposed to be able to get a thinner thread. But from where? And more importantly, how do I actually do it? How, mechanically, in the game, how do I... How do I get a hold of this thread? Oh, I only know the Flying Circus kind of comedy thing, plus Rowan Atkinson. You mean Monty Python's Flying Circus? I assume.
Destroyed. There's a bunch of lines and wooden...
Funny thing is, the circus used a battle marching theme that became associated with circus more than with battle march. R.I.P. March Glory to Comedy.
Wow. Destroyed. I guess... I don't I guess the guard... Totally... There's a bunch of lines and wooden pegs on it. Totally brutal. Totally... I can't even tell who... It's been kicked in. It's been kicked in. There are no secrets here anymore.
Sorry if my English isn't perfect after half a bottle of brandy, no worries.
Poor Clem.
Must have been a very long day.
It's all been smashed. Who would do something like this? It's just... The way back out to the main market area. I don't think that...
Alright, if I don't solve it in the next 5 minutes, I'm looking it up.
Buzzer. The way back...
It sure was, but there are more to find out.
It's...
More to come, yeah.
Totally...
Sorry to hear that.
Totally... I guess the... Wow.
So this is all about the alphabet riddle. What I'm pretty certain is going on here is that I take the letters that are visible in this letter, the ones that haven't been scribbled over, and then I, like a dot to dot, I just match all these up, and I suspect in combination with the chalk lines on here, it's going to make some pattern that means something. It might be a word, it might be a picture, but it's going to give me some important information. Now what I could do is I could get a... I mean, I've got my notepad right next to me. I could I could copy this out as closely as I could, and then I could actually solve it by hand. But the reason I'm not doing that is because even if I manage to solve it myself, IRL, the game won't know that I've solved it that way. And the fact that whenever I try to use the rope on one of the pegs, she says,
"This rope is way too thick to wrap around the pegs. I'll need something thinner."
Really heavily implies that I am supposed to be able to solve this in game. That somehow I'm supposed to be able to get a thinner thread. And I've tried, I've wanted to try and get the string off the crossbow to try this, but that hasn't worked. As well as picking the rope and getting string out of that. As far as I can tell, I can't do that. But that's where I'm at. I feel like there's supposed to be some very obvious way, although it isn't obvious to me, that I get a hold of a thinner thread than a rope, a bit of string, and then I just play dot to dot. Maybe just a pair shown, it might do the pick. That is entirely possible, but yeah, as I say, the problem is that the game won't know that I've solved it if I do it that way. Because so I go back up here, if I go back out, and I try to exit the area.
I'm not leaving here until I find out what happened to Danton.
So that's the problem. Even if I solved it myself and knew what the solution was, I presumably still wouldn't be able to leave until I've actually solved it in-game. Yeah, I think it's reached the point where I'm going to look it up. I just need to know what the next step is. How do I assume I somehow acquire some thread or some string. I just want to know, how do I do that? Oh, there's someone has left a comment here. You need more stuff, try bartering with Denby. Okay, so I give Denby something. See, the problem I have with that as a solution to this puzzle is because if I try to speak to Denby...
Denby?
Yeah?
Never mind.
There's no dialogue options because I've already exhausted them all. I feel like I'm not against the idea that I barter with him. I imagine he might be very interested in my crossbow, for example. It's just that it would be nice to have had some sort of hint, at the very least, that he had some string on him. Or if not...
I've got...
Oh, you've got two bolts.
I've got 2 bolts.
Where did they come from? It was empty before. Anyway, it'd be nice to have some sort of hint that he had an item on him that he'd be willing to barter for. Or even just know that he's up for bartering. Still, I shouldn't complain.
I don't think he'd be interested. I don't think...
Oh, the lottery ticket.
Denby?
Yeah?
You're absolutely sure the guards didn't see you back at the factory?
Yeah, positive. Why?
Here, take this.
You have a lottery ticket? Why would you give this away?
It's a long story, but let's just say it's no use to me anymore.
That's not technically true.
Does this mean...
Just take the ticket and get out of here, Denby. You've got enough to worry about as it is.
Thanks, Amy. I wish I had something to repay you with, but all I have are these strings I found back here.
It's fine, you don't have to worry about it.
Well, I mean, you might as well take them. It's not like I'm really gonna do anything with them.
Okay, fine. Thanks, Denby. Good luck.
So that gives him a chance of winning some vaccine. The reason I say it's not technically true we don't need it anymore is because the vaccine only protects you for 1 month. So technically Amy's still infected and will need another vaccination in a month's time, and we don't know how long the vaccine lasts when it went out of medical storage. It could well be that she could make good use out of another dose of vaccine. Then again, she's not going to be able to collect the vaccine herself after what she's done anyway. Still, we're closer to the solution. It's -7 degrees Celsius outside now, goodness me. Oh, let me tell you, Carandia 1 has even less hints. Well, yes, I've completed Carandia 1. Did you did you see my playthrough of the Carandia series? I did that moderately recently. It might be the way I found your channel. That sounds quite likely. I was pretty sure you had, but then again, earlier on I thought you'd seen some of my playthrough of Primordia when you hadn't, so I didn't want to come across as too confident. A goes to P. I have a very bad memory if you can't tell. O goes to C. L goes to B. That's I, isn't it? L goes to B. So it's going to say Milton. W goes to R. Yeah.
Milton? Of course. That was the name of the technician in Sector 82. It's a long shot, but it's all I've got.
Oh, so we're heading to Sector 82. That was the poor man that we had to mercy kill right at the start of the game because he'd taken some really quite substantial injuries and only had a slow death ahead of him. Reactor entrance. So we're going back to the start of the game.
Minister Tiberius, I have news.
Go on, then.
The attack on the rebel base was mostly successful. We suffered a few casualties, but we managed to eliminate the majority of the traitors.
Mostly successful?
Their leader managed to escape with a few others. She's no pushover, that one.
Yes, this much was made clear from the start. I suppose this can be considered a small victory. Although the inconvenience of finding Danton again will be great, at least we've managed to quell their growth. Very good. If that is all, you are dismissed.
Ah, there is one more thing.
Yes?
I've just checked with Rockwall, and the prisoner, Wellard, somehow managed to escape.
I see. Call her number.
But, Minister Tiberius, will that work? Surely she's not foolish enough to...
Whether she is or is not none of your concern. Just do as I say and call her number. And a word of advice. Question my methods again, and I'll have you hanged from my balcony. Is that clear?
Yes, Minister Tiberius. It won't happen again.
Good. Now get out of my sight.
You can see the gas mask in the where it attaches at the top.
Hear that? You know I dislike having to be unpleasant, but sometimes I'm left with no choice.
Yeah, he speaks to something.
Don't worry your sweet little head. You will always be safe, so long as I am here.
It looks like an oyster in a tank or something. We never really figured that out.
Attention citizens, it is now time for this week's vaccine lottery drawing. We are pleased to announce that the winning ticket number is 3211420. Vaccination may be claimed at Willowdale Plaza, next to the Ministry of Medicine. Congratulations to the winner.
I don't believe it. Well, at least Denby will get his vaccine.
No, Denby, don't forget, they were listening to you during the events of the last day or so they will know you know Denby. Denby's just going to end up being used as a hostage to get you.
Please report it immediately
But that's interesting. That means the lottery was rigged all along. I'd assumed that the aristocracy were actually running a legitimate lottery just because why not? Like, most of the vaccine was being given to their favourites anyway. If the lottery was only there to incentivize people to take on dangerous jobs, then why wouldn't you just... Why bother rigging it? Like, what do you hope to gain? You wouldn't gain anything. But since he was able to order who wins, that doesn't appear to be the case.
It's good to see at least some plant growth in this area.
Right, let's save and head on in. He must be speaking to some brain in a tank. Maybe Krang from Dimension X. I'm not familiar with Krang. It makes no realistic sense to run this heavy burden lottery. Oh.
Well, well. If it isn't Little Red Riding Hood. I don't know how you found us, but you've got a lot of nerve coming back.
So what we know is the aristocracy have control of the vaccines. They give them to themselves and to their supporters, which are mostly the rich people, the people that aren't quite aristocrats but are well off. And so they have upper classes that are being supported on the backs of lower classes. Now the lower classes mostly try and scrape a living. Some are farmers, but farming is very difficult in this post-nuclear disaster world. Most people do scavenging and odd jobs and what have you, so far as we've been able to tell. But there are certain jobs that are extremely dangerous, which the aristocracy need done. This is where the game starts, and this was actually a lottery job. We had to go in and try and get a nuclear reactor to start up again, because the upper classes still use and have power. They still use electricity. Has to be generated from somewhere. And this is considered a very dangerous, undesirable job. There's no particular reason why a poor person would want to risk their life starting up a nuclear reactor, which they, probably would have to make educated guesses about how to do anyway, when they're not even going to benefit from it. But the aristocracy needs to try and incentivize people to do those sorts of jobs, so the way they do it is they have the vaccine lottery. So the vaccination protects you from the green lung disease for 1 month, and so all the dangerous jobs are so-called lottery jobs. You agree to do one of those jobs, and if you do the job successfully, you'll be given 1 lottery ticket, and then if you happen to be the winner, then you get that month's vaccine. And so basically they're trading off the fact that there's enough poor people with green lung that are desperate enough to do anything to get some vaccine, that they can have the dangerous jobs fulfilled. Krang, the brain from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Beheading again. Oh, what you mean like... When you say beheading again, what you mean like the French Revolution? Anyway, that's what I've gathered about the lottery, and that's what I was saying, like, I can see... If we imagine people would actually put up with this sort of system, which is, a bit dubious, but we'll assume if we assume that they will put up with this sort of oppression, then it does make sense to run the lottery. Like, that's going to be a very efficient way to exploit people. From their perspective, I mean, it makes sense. What I don't understand is why they would rig the lottery. Because if people lost faith in the lottery being fair, then no one's going to do another lottery job. What's the point? And I don't see how they gain anything by rigging the lottery. In general. I know in this very specific case they've gained something, because hopefully they've grabbed Denby and can use him as a hostage to get at Amy, our character. But like in general, like why would you care which poor person you're exploiting actually gets the vaccine? you wouldn't, right? Like, I just don't see the incentive. I can't see any incentive to rig it normally, and I can see good reasons not to rig it. So that's why I'm a little surprised he was able to just say, okay, make sure her ticket comes up. Perhaps those who did not lost the whole faith in the lottery are potentially worthy of it? Or worth it? I'm not sure I follow you there. You've got the wrong idea.
You've really got the wrong idea.
Do I? I'm not so sure of that.
Tiberius set me up.
Can't you understand what's happening? We've all been played. Tiberius set me up.
Isn't that a convenient excuse? I'd love to believe it, but unfortunately that's not an option right now. Tiberius destroyed our base and killed several of our people. You're the only person who could have tipped him off. You are nothing more than a liability. I let you go before, but I'm not making the same mistake twice. You're not leaving here alive.
You have an odd way of saying thank you. What did we do that was so brilliant for her, though? Like, I know we did the job in the... I know we did do the job in the medical centre, but also most of her men are dead, and most of her women too. But I don't think either of the other options are any better, so we'll go with that. You have an odd way of saying thank you.
You know, threatening people is an odd way of thanking them for their help.
Help? Just exactly what have you done to help us?
Did you forget already how I risked my life sneaking into Harrison's mansion in the Ministry of Medicine? I was doing exactly what you asked me to do when I got arrested and thrown in prison. Now I'm a fugitive, all because I was trying to help you.
They put you in Rockwall? Nobody ever gets out of there. How did you escape?
It's a long story. Look, I came here to see if you were still alive. I found your message at the old hideout because I was trying to warn you that Tiberius had located it. He tricked me. I was bugged the whole time. He heard everything. And I had no idea.
I see. I'm sorry. We've been through so much in such a short amount of time. It's hard to know what to believe. So what did you find out in the Ministry of Medicine?
The aristocracy is hoarding vaccine. Crates of it. Enough to treat the whole population.
Why would they bother manufacturing that much, though?
Once the public hears about this... Forgive me, Amy. If I had known you were in Rockwall...
It's fine. I got out on my own. Next time, if you could stop to ask me questions before trying to kill me, I'd appreciate it. So what now?
We need time to think about our next move. This news is a lot to take in. You're free to stay here with us if you need to. I wouldn't go wandering around out there if the aristocracy knows you've escaped from Rockwall.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
I mean, there might be a type of person that didn't give up and they might give away stuff. That or it's the brandy talking for me. What, you think they would prioritize giving the vaccine to people that are more likely to believe in the lottery as a system? That are less, oh, what's the word? Oh, I can't think of the word. To have lost faith in a system. Yes, in that manner. I suppose it's possible, but then the problem becomes, as soon as people realise that the lottery's rigged, a lot of people aren't going to be interested in doing the lottery and you lose a load of your labour. Disillusioned, possibly, is what I was thinking of. Who lost faith in the system? One might call them normal people.
She looks like she means business. tough-looking guy. I wouldn't want to get on his bad side. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Good of you to ask.
Danton?
What is it, Amy?
Yeah, what is the next plan? Any reason you picked this place as a second hideout?
Of all the places to hide, why here?
It seemed like the last place the aristocracy would look. As long as we keep the reactor running, they'll have no reason to bother sending anyone snooping around. Besides, I wanted to come back here to make sure Milton didn't become Raven food. He deserves a proper burial.
We'll talk soon.
Okay.
So this is odd. We
That
actually...
leads further into the tunnel. I don't need to go in there again.
This is interesting. We don't actually have a clear path forward. Perhaps the game is going to railroad us with the whole Denby situation. I'm just looking for my to-do list so I can update it. I haven't updated it in a while. Right, find motherboard for PC. Somehow I feel like that's not going to be part of this game. That was one of the things I wrote down early on, because it was one of the things it looked like we might be expected to do at some point. Find oil for car restoration and find car parts for Quicksilver restoration, Quicksilver being the model of car. None of those I think are very likely to be in this game. Go to Fripp Square and find Silas. We did that ages ago. Intercept Doctor and acquire Disguise. That's not quite how we did it, but we have effectively done all that. Enter hospital and find compromising information. We've done all that. Yeah, so we literally don't have an objective right now, which it's which we're likely to want to pursue.
If I go up there, I'm going back.
So you can't enter there, you can't leave. I suppose you just keep talking to Danton?
What is it, Amy?
How long has the aristocracy been hoarding vaccine? Yeah, the thing is, I completely understand why the aristocracy would hoard some vaccine. What I don't understand is why would they hoard enough to treat the entire population? If they knew full well that they weren't intending to give it to the entire population, and assuming that they were producing it, this wasn't like some old stock from a long time ago that was still good, why would you stockpile that much? Like, you just wouldn't make that much, would you? You might make enough to treat everyone that you actually intend to treat for 6 months or something. I just don't see, which I assume is going to be a lot less than enough to treat the entire population. Anyway.
There was so much vaccine. How long do you think they've been hoarding it?
I don't know, but any amount of time is too long. But at least now we have the information we need to bring about some real changes.
What can we do about it?
So, considering I almost died finding all this out, is there anything we can actually do?
For now, I'm not sure. This is a fairly important bit of information we have. One option would be to somehow hack into the government PA system and spread the word that way. It would definitely be a welcome change from all those annoying propaganda messages and rigged lottery announcements. The only issue we face is getting some sort of proof to back up our claims. I think that will have to be our next course of action.
Get proof of vaccine hoarding. So we have hack into the PA system and get proof of vaccine hoarding. See, that's what I was thinking. It's all very well and good that we know that it's all very well that we know that they're hoarding vaccine, but because Amy was arrested, she never got any evidence of that out of there. So why would anyone believe us? Hang on, did you say the lottery is rigged? Oh, I actually missed that bit. But yes, did you say?
Wait a minute. The lottery is rigged? Are you positive?
Yes. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but the vaccine hoarding isn't the first secret the government has been keeping. The aristocracy knows exactly who is assigned to each ticket and can keep tabs on them if the need arises.
Why didn't you mention this earlier? You knew I had a ticket.
Yes, I know, and I'm sorry. I didn't think you were in danger until we were attacked.
Oh no. Denby.
What?
I gave my ticket to my friend Denby. They called my number just before I came down here.
Crafty bastards. They probably figured you'd give your ticket away. If someone else shows up to claim the vaccine, they'll take him in for interrogation to find out where he got it from.
I have to stop him before he gets to Willowdale Plaza.
You plan to enter that nest of vipers?
I do. I don't suppose you'd care to help.
We've taken a heavy hit. I'm sorry, but I just can't spare anyone right now.
I figured as much. It's fine. I can handle this on my own.
Godspeed, Amy. I hope you manage to get to him before the aristocracy does. I wouldn't wish a government interrogation on anyone.
Right. We have our objectives. They figured out you gave your ticket away.
She's really jumped in, hasn't she?
Yes. We could use more people like her. I just hope she knows what she's doing.
Damn it.
That is
I'm
some
too
meta.
late. Maybe I can still get to him before they do anything too drastic.
I don't know if they figured out that she'd done it so much as reasoned that I might have done, because they would have known that I would be unlikely to turn up to claim the vaccine after what just happened, and as long as I heard over the PA system that my number had been called, why wouldn't I give it away to someone that could benefit? Well, I suppose I'd have to realise that they're going to take them in for interrogation. But the point is, even if I gave it away to a stranger, that's presumably a stranger that would have seen me recently. So the lady in hat is using you now for her thing.
An ad for Particle Cola. I never got to try it.
Particle Cola must have been before the bombs dropped.
This ad is for Morley cigarettes. I think Dad used to smoke those.
Oh, well, do what you've got to do. Don't stay just on my account.
I bet that fountain looked really nice when it was working. I bet that fountain looked... That's where the vaccine lottery winner usually comes to claim their prize. The guards took Denby over to that building. I need to find a way inside.
Which isn't the front door, I take it. We never found out what that singing in the train was about, did we?
The bottom floor of this building seems to be pretty wrecked. The window is blocked by rubble. People must have enjoyed sitting out here at one time. Reminds me of the one in the Ministry of Medicine's lobby. They look too heavy to move.
Interesting.
If I go in through the main entrance, the guards will definitely catch me before I reach Denby. The window is blocked.
Oh, the tree, of course.
There's no bark. It's way too smooth to be able to get a decent grip on it.
Interesting. What about the rope?
This won't have any effect on the tree. It's dead.
No, I want you to throw the rope over the top and then climb using it.
Right. This should work.
This seems over-engineered, but so be it.
I really hope this holds.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's how I would have done it, but whatever works. Oh dear, that's less than ideal.
Why are you doing this to me? I haven't done anything wrong.
I'm afraid your assessment is not entirely correct, young man.
I should have known this was Tiberius's doing. Where is he hiding?
You had in your possession a ticket for the vaccine lottery, which was not issued to you. We cannot have the order of our system disrupted by people stealing tickets from those who earned them fairly.
I didn't steal it!
Then perhaps you would care to clarify how you came to have it. And please keep in mind that we value the truth above all else here. Lying will have severe consequences.
I found it.
You found it?
Yeah, in the place you guys raided in the market district.
It looks as though we will be here for some time still. Alphonse?
Oh, this got really dark.
Perhaps you'd care to tell me the truth this time. I quite hate having to do this.
I can't just stand here and watch this. I need to help Denby. But how?
I am telling you the truth. I got it in the rebel headquarters after you guys raided it.
This isn't going to be another mercy killing situation, is it? I do hope not.
To let you go. I really would. However, you are omitting the fact that you have had multiple contacts with Amy Wellard, a known rebel, and the person who gave you that ticket.
The trouble is, I'm looking at the items I have. It's either the guards or
Tell me
Dendy.
Miss Wellard's whereabouts, this can all end now.
All right, this ends now.
Ah, it seems I was correct to expect Miss Wellard to show herself.
Amy? Why did you come? Get out of here now!
I'm afraid our young man has served his purpose. As you will.
Denby!
I was left no choice, Miss Wellard. Do not make his mistake.
We don't have any bolts left.
I understand your anger, but drastic measures are sometimes necessary to preserve order. Now, please, don't try anything foolish. I don't want any more bloodshed if I can avoid it.
Well, that didn't go well.
Going somewhere?
Yes, and you're in my way.
You really are a feisty one.
Okay. Yep, that's what I was thinking you could do with a syringe. That didn't go well, did it?
Oh God. Not now. Not after all this.
Relax. I've come to ease your pain.
You been in to check on her today?
Not yet. I wanted to give her some time on her own. Her breathing's been getting stronger. Wouldn't surprise me if she's on her feet in the next day or two.
She's just lucky you found her when you did. What the hell do you suppose she got up to make the wig head so keen on finding her?
I don't know. They've seemed to ease up a bit at least. They're not patrolling the market district anymore, but the posters are still up. Have any more guards been here?
Not after I sent the first one packing.
What I really want to know is how she...
You know, I'm right here.
Amy!
Stone the Ravens.
How are you feeling?
Like hell.
You shouldn't be on your feet too long in your condition. Come over here and sit. We'll have a talk.
That was weird. Did you see that? She seemed to walk behind the Gus, I think it is, sitting down. How long was I asleep?
How long was I out for?
About 3 weeks.
3 weeks? That's... Oh, God.
Yeah, it was touch and go for a while, but I knew you'd make it.
You're a tough nut, Amy. Just like your dad.
I don't remember falling asleep here.
Exactly how did I end up here?
That's the thing. We don't really know.
What?
Pop sent me out into the field to pick up some of the sheep carcasses. I just found you lying there next to the fence. Do you remember what happened to you?
Not really. No.
What's the last thing you do remember?
I saw the Reaper. That's technically the last thing. But I suppose she has reason to believe that, No, why not? I saw the Reaper.
I saw the Reaper.
Come again?
The Reaper. I was laying on the ground bleeding out, and he appeared.
You're not gonna go all zealot nutjob on me, are you? You know the Reaper's just a myth.
But I also know what I saw. It was definitely him. He's real. He came over to me and said he had come to ease my pain. He was dressed all in black, had a skull for a face, bony hands. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it.
You sure the blood loss didn't make you delirious? If what you saw was actually the Reaper, the stories say that you should be dead. I can tell you firsthand that this ain't heaven. So who was it that fixed you up and brought you to us?
It's him. I just know it.
Well, I think we should just forget about it. What matters is that you're alive and safe here with us.
I'm not staying here, Gus. There's too many questions I need answered. The Reaper didn't let me die. I need to know why. I need to talk to those cultists.
You don't want to go near them, Amy.
Look, I know you don't understand what's happening. I'm grateful for you looking out for me. I am. But I need to find the truth. Please accept that.
Bad idea. The aristocracy's been looking for you.
I can handle myself.
You just spent the past 3 weeks in bed. Do you want to get yourself killed?
What do I really have to lose at this point?
Amy, please.
Oh, she's finally
Well, if
ready
you
to
sit on
enter.
it, we know there's no stopping you. But remember, we love you. You've always got a place here.
Amy, please take care of yourself. We can't lose you two.
I'll try my best.
Here, take this bolt. I know it's not a lot, but I can't send you out there unarmed.
Thanks.
Blimey. I was away for like 2 weeks, but woke up gradually over the time when the pandemic struck. Goodness, you're unconscious for 2 weeks?
I'm pretty sure that used to be Gus's old toy chest. I'm not gonna look through all their stuff. Nothing in there except a bed, and I'm not sleepy right now.
I do wonder if I actually made choices just then that are going to affect the ending of the game, or if that was all scripted.
It's really not my place to start redecorating. I'll see you guys later.
Take care of yourself out there, Amy.
Like, did Denby have to pass on? I should probably drop by the reactor room and let the Resistance know what's up.
Hello? Danton! Bruce, are you still in here?
Amy? You're alive? I heard they had gotten you at Willowdale Plaza.
They tried, but not hard enough.
Not unconscious, that would be exaggerating. What have you been doing?
Have you had anything new in the works?
We've been trying to lay low and plan our next move. I've tried recruiting new members, but we haven't had much luck. Word of the massacre in the Market District is spread, and the people are afraid to fight the aristocracy. It's maddening. I'm just itching to launch an attack on Tiberius, but we don't have the manpower required just yet.
Sorry to hear that.
Don't be. As long as we're breathing, we haven't lost hope.
Time for me to go. Be careful.
If you need a place to hide, you can always come back here.
Blimey, she's changed her tune. Exhausted in pseudo-permanent way. Waking up and falling asleep again. Oh my goodness, that sounds awful.
Hi there.
Welcome. What may I help you with?
I'd like to go in.
Can I go in?
That depends. Are you ready to die?
Yes.
Sure, why not?
If you're not willing to take this seriously, then I can't help you.
My trusty crossbow. I've got one.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Inside the cathedral?
Not without getting clearance from me, you aren't.
What are you gonna do?
Can I go in?
That depends. Are you ready to die?
Yes.
Sure, why not?
If you're not willing to take this seriously, then I can't help you.
What do you expect me to do? I hope this isn't the way we do it, but...
I can't just go around.
I agree.
I can't just...
But I need to get in. I don't understand why the character can't just say that convincingly. It's life.
Hi there.
Welcome.
And death
what may I
too.
help you with?
Still, I'm sorry to hear you had to go through that.
I'll just be going.
Farewell.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Can...
Are you ready?
Oh, do I have to say no? But I thought I did that the first time.
No, of course.
Then maybe you should get on with...
Hi there.
Well...
Can...
Are you ready?
Sure.
If you... Hey, where do you...
Inside...
Not...
I'll just...
Broken statue.
This statue has been heavily damaged. It's practically unrecognizable. It's creepy how you can't see the face underneath the hood.
Well, there's only one other place I can go and speak to a cultist that I know of. We were told no one's patrolling the market district anymore, so it should be safe. Oh look, it's us.
That doesn't even look like me.
Well, that's a very good thing.
Wanted, Amy Wellard, for crimes including breaking and entering, theft, trespassing, and murder. Wellard is considered armed and dangerous. Anyone with information on her whereabouts is instructed to report to the Ministry of Energy. It's pointing into the alley, and it says Clem's Crockery.
That's the cultist.
Citizens are reminded of the nightly curfew beginning at sundown. For your safety, anyone caught outside after curfew will be detained until morning.
I'm debating whether we should speak to her, because she may not be... I wouldn't want her to accidentally alert anyone that we're here, but may as well.
Hello, Marishka.
Amy, get away from here. Guards are looking for you. Be careful.
Thanks for the warning, Marishka, but I'll be fine.
Please go, Amy. Do not stay here.
Sweet how she switches her hood. About the pandemics, yeah, that happens. She's like Little Red Riding Hood. I suppose so. Oh, Marishka. Oh, yeah. That's not a hood, though. That's a, I've forgotten the proper name for it, but it's like a cloth that you would wear over your head.
Excuse me?
May I help you?
They won't let me into the cathedral.
I want to go into the cathedral, but I'm not allowed.
I had a feeling that might be the case. The doors will not open to just anyone. You must be truly willing to embrace death in order to enter.
I'm looking for the Reaper.
Do you know where the Reaper is?
Believe me, if I did, I'd be gone already.
I want to join the Acolytes. I've got the perfect life.
Why would I want to embrace death when I've got the perfect life?
The Reaper smiles upon your joy. Let us hope he takes you now, while you are happy and not in anguish.
I want to join the Acolytes.
I think I need to worship the Reaper.
Well, this is certainly a different attitude from the last time we spoke. If I may ask, what caused you to change your mind?
I saw the Reaper.
I saw him, the Reaper.
Oh, I hardly think that can be true. Only one person has seen the Reaper and lived, and that is our founder. Surely you have an actual reason for wanting to join the Acolytes?
I'm ready to die.
I'm ready to join. I promise.
Are you? What troubles you?
All this time, I've just been trying to survive, but compared to everything else that's been going on, it seems kind of pointless now. I mean, my green lung vaccine will be wearing off soon. 2 of my friends are dead because of me, and the government wants my head. I just don't know what to do anymore. I don't know how to keep living like this. I'm lost. I need help, and I don't know where to go.
It's all right. You came to the right place. Go talk to Claire in front of the cathedral. Tell her you are ready. Good luck on your journey to death, young lady. May the Reaper take you swiftly and peacefully.
As interesting as a conversation as that was, especially the added detail that apparently the only person that's seen the Reaper and lived was their founder, which may mean that they're a bit of a, well, cult leader and will be hostile to us telling them that we've seen the Reaper. Aside from all that, I'm not quite sure why that was necessary. You would have thought after what Amy's been through that she'd realise she needs to show commitment to Claire. But anyway, the green mouth cover makes it even more Robin Hood-like. Sorry, I did mean the main character in association with the Red Riding Hood.
Hi there.
Welcome. What may I help you with?
I'm ready to die.
Are you alright? You seem troubled.
I don't know. Things have just been so hard and...
It's okay. You're safe here. Tell me what's happening.
I'm just trying to make things right, but every time I think it's getting better, something worse happens. I didn't want any of this to happen. I just wanted to fix my dad's car before I die.
So you're dying then?
Yeah, I don't have long.
Then, are you ready to die?
I think so. Yes. I just want to see my loved ones again.
Say no more then. Go inside and speak with our leader, Jess. She'll be glad to welcome you to the Acolytes.
I'm scared, Claire.
That's entirely natural. Just know that you are safe here. Nobody wants to hurt you. You're in welcome arms. May death come to you swiftly, fellow seeker.
Blimey.
Ah, young lady. I'm so pleased to see you've decided to join us here. Please, make yourself at home and feel welcome. The Acolytes of the Reaper are glad to have you here to celebrate with us and await your time of passage to the Promised Land. Follow me and have a seat. You're just in time to hear the daily affirmation.
Brothers and sisters, as another sun sets, we seek comfort in the knowledge that we are all one day closer to the Promised Land. Although no members of our flock have taken the great journey today, tomorrow still awaits. Always remember that no matter how terrible things may seem for us here, the Promised Land will heal all our pain and suffering. We are all here, born into this struggle, to come so far and end up returning to dust. Now let us join together in a moment of silence to honor the Reaper and pray for a visit from him soon. Let the music and celebration begin. May death come swiftly for us all.
Huh. Quite slow. Not quite somber, but relaxed. So they all play death metal? It doesn't seem so.
I wonder if playing dress up with statues is considered sacrilegious.
No, I'm not sure what you're referring to, Rockstar Out, although I could guess.
Hello there.
Hi.
Who are you?
What's your name, kiddo?
Maggie. What's yours?
I'm Amy. How old are you, Maggie?
7.
That's kind of young to be in a place like this.
Mommy brought me here. She's been coughing and tried to get better. Then I started coughing too. She says that if I pray to the Reaper, I won't hurt anymore.
Dear, that's sad. Is that in a particular language, by any chance? How long have you been here?
When did you start living here with the other the other worshippers?
About 2 weeks ago, after Daddy died. Mommy and I were really sad, but one day, she went out to the market, and when she came back, she said she'd found a way for us to be with him again. So we came here and met all these nice people. Sometimes I still feel sad, but they help me feel happy again.
Have a good day.
May the Reaper take you!
I shouldn't bother them. They're really into their music. That's a catchy tune they're playing.
May the Reaper take you. What a compliment.
Amy.
Reaper bless our meeting. I'm Norman.
Pleasure.
Just writing down, just adding them to my list of people. Why are you here?
So, what made you decide to follow the Reaper?
Well, as you probably noticed, I'm no spring chicken. I lost my wife on Blast Day. My children both died of green lung this year.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Why would you say that? There was much suffering in their lives. Yes, I was sad that they left this world so early. But the Reaper tells us true. There is a better world beyond this one. To grieve for them when they are in the promised land, it makes no sense.
I'll see you later, Norman.
May death come for you swiftly, Amy.
So promised lands are not a synonym for certain things in English. Not that I'm aware of, no. Like I say, you can sort of guess what it would probably mean, but I've never heard that before.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Oh.
Have a good day.
May death come to you swiftly, fellow seeker.
I'll speak to her in a moment. I just noticed there's another person over there, which might be the mother.
Hi there. I'm Amy. I'm new here.
I thought so. Welcome into the Reaper's embrace, Amy. I'm Ellie.
Of all people, these might be the least interested in the fact that there's actually lots of vaccinations available. Why are you here?
What brought you to join the Acolytes?
When my family found out I had green lung, they kicked me out. I wasn't angry at them, but I felt so alone. I hated the idea of dying with so many things left unfinished. But then Jess found me and took me in. She told me the word of the Reaper. I was so happy to learn that I could find a better life after death, that this was only one step in a larger plan. It's so much better to die happy and among friends than alone with no guidance.
Have you seen your family again?
My mother saw me preaching in the market once and ran away. They don't understand, but it's their choice not to. I have all the family I need here.
I'm going to go now. We'll talk later.
Have a blessed day. May death come for you swiftly.
That does not look good.
They've got a lot of people with green lung here. I think their leader must either have a natural immunity to green lung or she has access to vaccine. I don't think she'd still be here otherwise.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Are you the leader of this cult? That's, I'm not sure you'd want to use the cult word, but still.
Are you the leader of the Reaper cult?
Indeed. My name is Jess. Welcome. I'd prefer it if you didn't use such a pejorative word to describe us, though. We're the Acolytes of the Reaper. Please address us by that name, if you would.
Of course. I'm sorry. My name is Amy, by the way.
A pleasure, Amy. May you find the peace you seek here.
I want to know about the Reaper.
Can you tell me about the Reaper?
Of course. Was there anything in particular you wanted to know?
Where can I find him?
Do you know where I can find the Reaper?
Your time will come. Just be patient.
No, you don't understand. I've already seen him. I need to find him again.
You've seen him?
Yes, a few weeks ago.
Did he speak to you?
He did. He said he was going to ease my pain.
And yet, here you are.
When I saw him, I was fighting for my life. It took me 3 weeks just to stand again. I didn't want to die. Now, I don't know. I just want to see my friends and family again.
I'm sorry you've been through so much. You need to find out why you were robbed of your passage to the Promised Land. You need to have the vision.
The what?
It's a ritual we have for those who seek communion with the Reaper. It will allow you to speak to him and ask whatever questions you want. Go through that door there. It will lead you to a courtyard. Sit on the bench. Underneath it, you will find a decanter. Drink from it. You will soon go into a deep trance. If you are lucky, he will come to you.
Okay. I mean, I feel like with the path Amy's taking right now, this is her only option. The Vision. The Superbot AI from Ultron. I wouldn't know. Who is a Reaper?
Who is he?
He is our savior, the shepherd, the psychopomp. He is the one who would lead us to the promised land, the life beyond.
Heaven?
It has many names. Heaven, paradise, nirvana, the promised land. But though the names vary, the concept remains the same.
Can you be sure it will be better? Or that there even is a promised land?
Even if what lies beyond death is nothing but oblivion, it would still be better than this world.
I suppose so.
What does the Reaper do exactly?
What does the Reaper do?
He removes us from the misery of this life and takes us beyond.
How?
His legion of ravens patrols the skies and searches for the sick and dying. They appear to those who are near death and summon him.
Ravens?
Yes, ravens with red eyes that refuse to sing. If you see one, it means he's near.
I've seen quite a few of them, actually.
Then consider yourself lucky, Amy. You are not long for this world.
Wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad you said that. It's just occurred to me. Let's imagine this Reaper thing is real in this universe. I'm leaning on the side it isn't, and the Reaper she saw was either a hallucination when she was near death, or possibly another person that came over to help her, which, being near death, she misinterpreted as the Reaper. But let's assume for the moment the Reaper is real, and the Ravens really are his agents. I wonder, would he spare someone who he thought was going to be responsible for a lot of death? Like, for example, the beheading of an entire social class, that sort of thing. Classic argument, even if it's Oblivion, it's better than this. Hey, I wouldn't buy that, but you're cool. If by buy it you mean should I drink from the decanter, I can't think of a way that we can progress in this game if I don't. I suppose there was the whole... Where was it? My list of objectives. Help Denby. I think we can cross that one off the list. I wouldn't say it was successful though. There's the hack into the PA system and get proof of vaccine hoarding, but I don't know how I'd even begin on those right now. I just don't seem to be well positioned to do it. Why do you worship him?
What's your reason for worshipping him?
I was once a non-believer, but I had an experience many years ago that changed everything.
What happened?
I saw him, and I lived. At first I didn't know why, but in time I came to understand. I was chosen. It became my duty to spread his word. Death is coming for us all. We must embrace it rather than fear it.
Does that mean you're a suicide cult?
I asked you not to use that word.
Right, sorry.
And no, we are not. To die by our own hands would disrupt the Reaper's pattern. We all have our allotted times, and expediting those would anger him. So we wait and comfort each other in our last days.
That's all I wanted to know about the Reaper for now.
Very well.
What happened here?
So, why is there a plane sticking out of this church?
The story goes that on the day the world ended, there was an airplane flying overhead that got caught in the blast. It ended up crashing into this cathedral, killing all those on board, as well as everyone inside the building.
That's awful.
Is it? They were spared the misery of the world after the catastrophe. I rather envy them, to be honest.
Have a good day.
May death come to you swiftly, fellow seeker.
Thanks. Is that the suit up part of the game and do it? Not sure I follow you. Oh, there's the decanter.
I wonder if that's someone's grave.
It very probably is someone's grave.
Nice. I bet it was even prettier when it was operational.
Church and airplane catastrophe, wow.
She watches o'er us all, protecting with her light. Though shadows may grow tall, she won't give up her fight. She watches o'er us all, protecting with her light. Though shadows may grow tall, she won't give up her fight. She watches o'er us all, protecting with her light. Though shadows may grow tall, she won't give up her fight.
I'm writing that down.
She watches o'er us all, protecting with her light. Though shadows may grow tall, she won't give up her fight.
She watches o'er us all, protecting with her light. Shadows may grow tall.
Protecting with her light. Though shadows may grow tall, she won't give up her fight.
Although shadows. Though shadows may grow tall.
She watches o'er us all.
She won't give up her fight.
With her light. Though shadows may grow tall, she won't give up her fight.
A fight for what? It has some scansion. It's a bit uneven with the number of syllables, but there's some scansion there. Basically, she shines and she means it. She won't give up. Yes, indeed.
I'm so glad Gus and Pop aren't here to see this. Ew.
I'm not sure you're meant to drink the entire thing. Interesting.
Oh, my head is swimming. What was in that decanter?
A very good question.
That sounded like Clem?
You've sure had a hell of a time, huh, Amy? How are you holding up? You know what you have to do now, right?
I don't know. I'm just ready to give up.
Don't do that just yet. I can help you. Follow me.
Okay.
I'm supposed to follow Clem. He didn't go that way. I know that face from somewhere.
Could that be the face of Tiberius? Although it doesn't look quite right without the gas mask.
It's just hanging there. How is that even possible?
Nice art in this area, though. To the abyss, wonderful.
It looks a long way down. Why are we here, Clem? I thought the whole point of this was to talk to the Reaper.
You've got some jumbled thoughts going around your head. You need to get those sorted out.
How am I supposed to do that?
There's some folks who will help you with that.
Others that have departed?
Debbie.
Hello again, Wellard.
Oh God, not you again.
Hey, kiddo.
Dad.
Each of them is here to help you put your thoughts together. I'll just leave you to it. See you soon, Amy.
Denby, I'm so sorry. I wish I got to you in time. You didn't deserve this.
Hey, don't apologize. It's not your fault. There's something I need to show you. Come with me.
What's going on?
You know how you've been seeing all those ravens?
Yes, something has been bothering me about them.
So think about it. What exactly is it about them that's bothering you?
Oh, are they cameras? The aristocracy. We know they have access to some advanced technology. Perhaps the reason they don't sing is because they never bothered to implement that. It would be quite hard. And the reason they have red eyes is because, well, I suppose there's no reason it need be red, but it has something to do with recording technology, maybe.
A raven with red eyes. This is like the one that helped me escape Rockwall.
Oh, then why would one have helped her escape?
I didn't realize just how crazy that sounds. How could a bird help someone escape from jail?
I don't know. Seems kind of weird to me, too.
We all know pigeons are government.
It's just a regular raven, like the ones I saw at Fripp Square and Pop's farm. All they do is wait to eat things and make noise.
Sure, that's what ravens do, isn't it?
It doesn't make sense. The ravens I've been seeing with the red eyes, I've never seen another living thing with eyes that glow like that.
What sort of things have you seen that do?
Shards, electric lights, artificial things.
That's right.
So that means these ravens aren't real?
Makes sense to me.
But they fly, and they clearly understand commands.
Whoops.
Of course. They're mechanical. But if that's the case, who's controlling them?
Excellent question. You'll find an answer, I'm sure. You should head back. Don't forget what we talked about.
I won't. Goodbye, Danny. I miss you.
Miss you too, Amy. Take care of yourself.
Very good, Amy. Now jump.
Right, it's time I add one of the more trippy, rather one of the most trippy entries to my to-do list I've ever done. Find out who's controlling the ravens. Find out who's controlling the ravens. It also makes sense that it also makes some sense that those ravens would be connected to the aristocracy, in that they say when one of those ravens, the ones that don't sing and have red eyes, is seen near you, you die shortly thereafter. Well, yeah, because if they're being used for spying on people, then they're people that the aristocracy are interested in, so it makes sense that a high proportion of them wouldn't last that much longer. But that means the Reaper cult presumably don't realise that. So whatever drug Amy just drank isn't specifically causing her to commune with the Reaper, but rather it's caused her to enter a introspective state where she's putting together threads of information that she otherwise wouldn't have put together. Now jump. But now find out who the ravens control. Yeah, I know they had red eyes. I did not appreciate the fact that they were glowing red. I feel like that would be more of a giveaway if I'd realised that.
I thought I killed you.
Indeed. And I almost killed you. Luckily for me, that moment lives on in your memory. Let's go revisit it, shall we? You know, I thought you were done for after our little disagreement. And then when the Reaper swooped in, pure poetry.
What was it he said to you, anyway? I'm dying to know.
He said he could ease my pain.
Oh, is that all?
No, he said something else, just as I was blacking out.
That's right, he did. What was it?
I can't remember.
Can't remember or don't want to remember? Mental blocks sure are problematic, aren't they?
Why is he being so condescending?
I can't get to him. This stupid guard is in the way.
I don't have any items.
You're in my way.
Yes, that's the nature of mental blocks. What are you going to do about it?
You're in...
Yeah.
He's blocking... Talking to myself is...
I have no items though, so I'm quite limited in what I can do. Oh, is there a syringe there? Oh, hey.
I'm really sick of you. Talking to myself.
Relax. I've come to ease your pain. I'm a doctor.
Doctor?
So it wasn't the Reaper? Find the doctor. This is starting to make sense now. Because the thing is, there was that raven with red eyes that helped her escape Rockwall. So someone in a position of power is of a very supportive disposition towards her. And it makes sense that such an individual would have access to a doctor, but it's clearly not Tiberius. And I don't see why any other member of the aristocracy would be so well disposed towards her. I wonder if it's going to turn out that her father's actually a member of the aristocracy or something. It seems pretty unlikely.
Dad, it's great to see you again.
Great to see you too, kiddo. How have you been?
I've been better. How come you never told me you were a rebel?
Becoming a rebel was my choice to make. I wanted you to live as carefree as possible. The less you knew, the more time you could spend playing with your friends. Being a kid.
I think I understand.
Now come on. We've got work to do.
Oh, fixing the car.
Let's get back to work. It's been way too long.
It's running normally. It looks like the one in the market district.
Interesting. Why would that be here?
No speed limit? That sounds amazing. It's so close to being done, and yet so far.
I mean, there were doctors in long masks. Plague doctors, yeah.
Okay, let's get to work.
Ah, crap. I completely forgot. Gordon brought that fan in before. Said it was giving him trouble.
I'll take care of it. Shouldn't be more than a couple minutes.
That's my girl.
Let's see.
Let's hope the car doesn't explode. Oh, we're looking at the fan.
Kid stuff.
Good going, kiddo. Now we can focus on the car.
I don't think a sort of break that a child could fix would involve a miniature explosion.
Right. Now we can get started.
Here goes the,
Wouldn't you just know it? If it's not one thing, it's another. Nelson's pump was always giving me problems.
I'll take care of it.
So the lesson here is about never getting up to the things that matter, I guess.
Right. This shouldn't take too long. Done. No sweat.
Nice one.
No, we don't have any more time.
Finally, we can get started. Have you been able to find the missing parts?
Daddy, I'm so sorry. I wanted to finish fixing it. I wanted to have something to remember you by. But I've been so busy running the shop, and then I got sick, and I don't think I'm going to live long enough to be able to do it.
Hey, now, none of that. It's all right. You've been dealt a horrible hand. Worse than most. And you've been so strong through it all. An old car isn't worth your life, kiddo.
I just feel like I'm failing you. I'm so sorry.
Failing me? Amelia Grace Wellard, you stop that nonsense right now. You've already done more with the rebels than I ever did. It's gonna change the world. You've got too much left to live for. Too many people depend on you. You can't give up here.
Okay, I know you're right. I think I just needed to hear someone say it. Thank you, Daddy.
I'm your dad. That's what I do.
It was great seeing you again. I love you.
Love you too, sweetie.
Alright. Well, it was effectively about not...
Get everything sorted?
I think so, yes.
Great. Time to send you back.
Thanks for all your help, Clem. I'm sorry about...
Don't you worry about that, Amy. I went out helping the rebels. Couldn't have asked for much more than that. Now you get yourself back, and you do your part. I know everything will turn out fine.
It was about not getting to the important things. It's just what the important thing was that was different to my expectation. Oh, I thought we'd have to sit down on the bench and then we'd suddenly wake up on the bench again. Oh look, there's a raven with a note. With a red glowing eye.
I have more questions. I've got to find the Reaper. Only he has the answers.
Well, if by Reaper
Where did you come from?
you mean the person behind the red-eyed ravens, then perhaps.
Okay, you've obviously brought me something. Let's have it.
This is one thing we don't really get. I shouldn't go into details, but the game has a good thought. Lady Twinner, Montgomery White. Painted over a period of 6 weeks, White's portrait of Lord Reginald Twinner's daughter was his last major piece before turning to a career in medicine. Oh! This was the book, this was the page which was missing from the art book. I remember when we were reading books at the start of the game, last stream, there was just a page torn out of one of the books. This is the page. Renowned for the expression in her face, White admitted that the lady's something concealed some secret. What that may be has been the subject of much speculation. Could be eyes? White admitted that the lady's eyes concealed some secret. One of the better known modern portraits, it remains in the Twinner family private collection. Lady Twinner. Lord Reginald Twinner's daughter. Painted by Montgomery White. Is Montgomery White the individual that's been behind all this? I doubt it, since this was probably painted. No, this could have been painted after Blast Day, couldn't it? There's nothing here that would suggest... Oh no, the book. No, we don't know when the book was written. But we haven't seen much evidence that they're still publishing new books at this point in time. Actually, to be fair, even if this... We don't know how old Montgomery White, the painter, was when this book was published, and I don't think we know the date the book was published. Even if it was before Blast Day, it could have only been 20 years ago. If he was, say, in his early 30s, he could be in his 50s now. It's entirely possible that this is the person that's behind the Ravens. Might not be. Interesting.
Welcome back. I hope you were successful in your communion with the Reaper.
Well, did you have the vision?
I did. It was certainly something.
Wonderful. I won't ask any more. Each person's vision is unique and private, but I hope it gave you the guidance you were seeking.
Oh, it did. Believe me. Have a good day.
May death come to you swiftly, fellow seeker.
Thank you. Right, we'll probably stop there for tonight. So I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Friday from 4 o'clock GMT. Other upcoming streams will be on Saturday and on next Monday. If any of that should change for any reason, then I'll announce it on social media, which is currently X, formerly known as Twitter, Mastodon, Blue Sky, and Meta Threads. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else to say, but thank you for coming, everyone, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.